What happens when desire collides with power, leaving a trail of ruin in its wake? In the golden glow of twilight, the ancient city of Jerusalem breathes, a tapestry of ambition and betrayal woven into its very stones. A king, mighty and revered, stands on his palace rooftop, his gaze drifting over the horizon. Little does he know that a single glance will ignite a chain of events that will reverberate through history, altering the lives of many, forever. Bathsheba, a woman of striking beauty, moves with grace as she bathes beneath the cascading water, oblivious to the watchful eye of the king above. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a silent betrayal brewing in the cool evening breeze. Shadows stretch and deepen, hiding secrets that could topple empires. In this moment, innocence and ambition are poised on a knife's edge, a dangerous game of fate unfolding in whispers. As whispers of Bathsheba's beauty echo through the city, every heart beats faster with anticipation. How will her life intertwine with the king's? What will unfold when they collide? The scent of impending doom lingers, thick and intoxicating. The allure of power dances dangerously close to the flame of desire, and the consequences are set to spiral into chaos. On the cusp of passion and destruction, choices will be made that defy the very fabric of morality. A night of stolen moments will ignite a desperate longing, entangling the lives of a king and a woman destined for tragedy. The flickering light of a single candle illuminates a dark path, revealing a conspiracy that will leave blood on the king's hands. The echoes of footsteps in hidden corridors whisper of betrayal and regret, each one a countdown to calamity. As Bathsheba's life hangs in the balance, the walls of the palace close in, trapping her within a web of manipulation. What happens when love becomes an instrument of ruin? The tension mounts, the stakes rise. With every heartbeat, the kingdom holds its breath, unaware that the choices of one man will lead to a clash of fate that no one could foresee. Could Bathsheba, the object of a king's desire, become the architect of her own fate? Or will she be swept away in the tidal wave of ambition and vengeance? As the moon casts a silver sheen over the city, the world outside spins on, oblivious to the tempest brewing within the palace walls. A child's cry will soon pierce the night, marking the beginning of a devastating legacy. In this crucible of passion and despair, choices reverberate, altering destinies and painting the canvas of history in shades of regret and sorrow. The stage is set, the players in position, and the die is cast. Who will rise from the ashes of their choices, and who will be consumed by the fire? As shadows lengthen and the night deepens, one thing remains certain: nothing will ever be the same again. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient lands of Israel, a realm both fierce and fragile. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, merchants shouted their wares, children played at the feet of proud mothers, and the air pulsed with the weight of history. It was a time of kings and kingdoms, of power struggles and sacred promises. But amid the grand tales of warriors and rulers, the voices of women whispered in the shadows, their stories waiting to be told. Long before crowns adorned the heads of monarchs, women played pivotal roles in shaping the history of Israel. The pages of time reveal figures whose strength and wisdom were often overlooked, yet whose influence was undeniable. Women like Deborah, a judge and prophetess, stood tall in a society dominated by men, leading armies to victory with a sword in one hand and a promise of hope in the other. Her story echoed through the valleys, igniting the hearts of those who dared to dream of a brighter future. As the monarchy solidified with Saul, David, and Solomon at the helm, the intricacies of life in Israel began to unfold like a tapestry woven with threads of triumph and despair. The kings commanded armies, built grand palaces, and laid the foundation of a nation, but behind each throne, women shaped the very fabric of life. The queen consorts, like Bathsheba, were more than mere adornments. Bathsheba, with her quiet strength and unwavering resolve, maneuvered the treacherous waters of palace intrigue to secure her son Solomon's place on the throne. With each calculated step, she wielded influence that echoed through the ages, her legacy entwined with that of kings. Yet not all women wore crowns or held titles. the tales of ordinary women told of hardship and resilience. In homes filled with the scent of bread baking over an open fire, they nurtured children and cultivated the land, their hands calloused yet tender. Their laughter rang through the fields as they gathered the harvest, a symphony of life amidst the struggles of survival. Some women, like Ruth, dared to cross borders for love and loyalty, embodying the spirit of courage. Her journey from Moab to Bethlehem was not just a physical transition but a testament to the bonds of kinship and faith that transcended boundaries. In the streets of Jerusalem, women gathered at the well, sharing stories and laughter, their voices rising like incense in the air. They spoke of family and dreams, of joys and sorrows. Their lives were tangled with the fate of the nation, each one a thread in the grand design. Though their names may not have echoed in the halls of power, their spirits shaped the heart of the people. But the path was not without its shadows. The weight of societal expectations often bore down heavily upon them. Women were often seen as property, governed by the laws of men. The stories of their lives were woven into the fabric of the monarchy, yet many were silenced or forgotten. The laws of inheritance favored sons, leaving daughters to navigate a world that often dismissed their potential. In a society where lineage and power were prized, the voices of women were frequently muffled, their stories yearning for the light of acknowledgement. Amidst the struggles, there emerged women of fierce determination who challenged the status quo. Jezebel, though often portrayed as the villain, was a queen who wielded power with ferocity. She defied the expectations placed upon her, advocating for the worship of her gods and standing firm against the tide of opposition. Her life was a testament to the complexities of female power, a reflection of ambition that could both uplift and destroy. As the monarchy evolved, so did the role of women in daily life. Some became wise counselors, their insights sought after in matters of state. Others embraced their roles as keepers of culture, passing down traditions and stories that would shape the identity of a nation. The festivals and rituals of Israel became infused with feminine energy as mothers taught their daughters the sacred dances and songs that celebrated life, love, and loss. In the shadows of the palace, among the grand tapestries and echoing halls, women forged alliances that would ripple through generations. The bonds of sisterhood created a network of support, a force that could not be underestimated. In a world where power often rested with men, women found ways to influence decisions, to sway the hearts of rulers with their wisdom and grace. The tension between power and vulnerability danced through the air, palpable and electric. With each passing moment, the stakes grew higher. The monarchy faced external threats, and the people looked to their leaders, both men and women, for guidance. The struggles of the monarchy reflected the struggles of its people, and in the face of adversity, the resilience of women shone through, lighting the path forward. As dusk fell over the land, the stories of these remarkable women lingered like whispers in the wind. The threads of their lives wove together into an intricate tapestry of faith, strength, and defiance. The echoes of their struggles reverberated through the ages, leaving behind a legacy that would inspire future generations to rise and reclaim their voices. And just as the sun set, casting long shadows over the land, the promise of dawn loomed on the horizon. A new chapter ready to unfold, one where the tales of women would rise from the depths of obscurity and take their rightful place in the annals of history. The stage was set for a transformation, a shift in the narrative where the feminine spirit would no longer linger in the shadows, but step boldly into the light, ready to change the course of a nation forever. In a time when the sun cast long shadows over the ancient hills of Jerusalem, a woman named Bathsheba stood at the edge of her world, the weight of her lineage heavy upon her shoulders. Her story was not just hers alone. It was woven into the very fabric of Israel's history, stitched with threads of love, betrayal, and resilience that would echo through generations. The air around her was thick with the whispers of her ancestors, each one carrying a piece of her identity, each one a part of the complex tapestry that would eventually lead her to the throne. Bathsheba, a name that would instill both reverence and scandal, was the daughter of Eliam, a man known for his valor in King David's army. Eliam, one of the elite warriors called the Mighty Men, had a lineage that was equally impressive, being the son of Ahithophel, a wise counselor whose advice was sought after even by kings. As Bathsheba moved through her days, she carried within her the blood of warriors and sages, a legacy that pulsed through her veins, shaping her destiny. Her mother's name was never etched in the annals of history, yet she was a woman of strength, nurturing Bathsheba with tales of courage and faith. This maternal guidance formed the foundation of Bathsheba's character, instilling in her a fierce sense of loyalty and an unyielding spirit. It was through her mother's gentle lessons that Bathsheba learned the art of diplomacy, the grace of resilience, and the quiet strength that would one day be tested in unimaginable ways. The household that raised her was steeped in tradition and culture. The atmosphere was filled with the warmth of familial bonds and the scent of home-cooked meals simmering over open fires. However, beneath the surface, an undercurrent of tension swirled, hinting at the complexities of her heritage. Every glance exchanged during family gatherings, every hushed conversation, carried the weight of expectations and the burden of history. Bathsheba grew up hearing stories of the past, not just the glories of her father's victories, but also the dark shadows that loomed over her lineage. As she blossomed into womanhood, Bathsheba's beauty became renowned, drawing the eyes of many suitors. But it was the king himself who would claim her heart, a man both revered and feared. David, a shepherd-turned-king, was a man of passion and power, his life marred by both divine favor and grave sins. The very nature of Bathsheba's future was marked by this union, a mosaic of love and tragedy that would become the focal point of her existence. In those early days, she was blissfully unaware of the storm that would soon engulf her. The thrill of romance intertwined with the political machinations of the court, each moment charged with an energy that could ignite the flames of conflict. As Bathsheba navigated the labyrinth of palace life, the shadows of her past lingered, whispers of her ancestry reminding her of the choices that lay ahead. Her lineage was not only a source of pride, it was a mirror reflecting her desires, her fears, and the choices that would define her forever. The tension heightened when Bathsheba learned of the fierce loyalty that surrounded her husband, King David. His mighty men, warriors who had fought beside him through thick and thin, were more than mere soldiers. They were brothers bound by blood and honor. Yet, in this brotherhood, there was also jealousy and rivalry, the seeds of discord that would sprout from the most unexpected places. Bathsheba felt the weight of these loyalties, the silent expectations hovering over her like storm clouds, ready to unleash their fury at any moment. In her quiet moments, she reflected on her heritage, piecing together the stories that shaped her. The tales of Ahithophel's wisdom resonated in her heart, reminding her of the importance of counsel and strategy. Bathsheba understood that her lineage was a double-edged sword. It offered her strength, but also made her vulnerable to the political whims of a king both beloved and broken. She was a pawn in a game much larger than herself, yet her lineage whispered of kings and queens, of destinies entwined with the divine. Every time she gazed into the mirror, Bathsheba saw not just her own reflection, but the faces of the women who came before her. Mothers, daughters, sisters, each one a chapter in a story that stretched back through time. Their joys, their sorrows, their triumphs, and their failures flowed through her, a river of emotion that kept her anchored even as the tides of fate began to shift. As the days turned into weeks, Bathsheba's life began to spiral into a whirlwind of events that would forever alter her path. The palace became a place of intrigue, where whispered words held the power to break hearts and forge destinies. Amidst the lavish banquets and gilded halls of the king, there lay a darkness, a sense that her lineage would soon clash with the very reality of her existence. Each time she stepped into the royal court, the air crackled with tension, and the weight of her family name pressed firmly against her chest. She would soon learn that being a woman of power meant more than merely inheriting strength. It meant navigating a world filled with treachery and desire, where loyalty could quickly turn to betrayal. As the threads of her lineage intertwined with David's, Bathsheba stood on the precipice of a life defined by love and loss, her heart racing with the echoes of what was yet to come. The stage was set, her past looming large behind her like a shadow, the choices ahead fraught with danger and desire. Bathsheba felt the pulse of history calling to her, demanding that she step forward and claim her place in the story that was already being written. The legacy of her lineage beckoned, a siren song of strength and sorrow, urging her onward into the unknown, where her fate would be sealed in the annals of time. In the quiet hills of Bethlehem, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the fields where shepherds roamed. Among them was a boy named David, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and fear as he faced the vast wilderness alone. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, but it was the sound of rustling leaves that sent shivers down his spine. He gripped his slingshot tightly, a simple tool for a simple boy, yet in his hands it held the promise of greatness. David was the youngest son of Jesse, a humble farmer who barely made ends meet. His brothers were strong and tall, molded by the rigorous demands of their father's flocks. They were men of war, warriors in training, while David was often dismissed as just a boy, a dreamer with little understanding of the world. Yet, behind those youthful eyes lay a spirit ignited by something greater than mere survival, a yearning for adventure and glory that would soon change the course of history. As he tended to the sheep, David's mind wandered to tales of ancient heroes and their battles. Stories echoed in his heart, calling him into a destiny he could not yet fathom. He would sit beneath the stars, strumming his harp, letting the melodies of hope and sorrow mingle with the night air. Each note resonated with the deep yearning for purpose, for acknowledgement, for a chance to step out of the shadows of his brothers. Amidst the stillness, the call of destiny grew louder. One fateful day, the prophet Samuel arrived in Bethlehem, a figure cloaked in mystery and reverence. Word spread quickly, curiosity tinged with dread. Samuel had come to anoint a new king, and David's heart raced with a mixture of hope and disbelief. Could it be him? Could the boy who chased sheep and played melodies be chosen by God? When Samuel arrived at Jesse's home, the atmosphere crackled with tension. One by one, each of David's brothers stepped forward, tall and strong, yet none were chosen. The prophet's brow furrowed, confusion lining his face. The air was thick with uncertainty. Then Samuel asked, "Is there not another?" Jesse hesitated, and then with a sigh called for David, who was still in the fields, lost in his thoughts. With every step David took toward the gathering, the world seemed to hold its breath. When he entered the room, the sunlight caught his hair, illuminating his youthful face. Samuel's eyes widened, and the air shifted. "This is he," the prophet proclaimed. With trembling hands, he poured oil over David's head, marking him as the chosen one. The moment hung in time, and David felt a warmth spread through him. A whisper of promise, a flicker of fate. But the path to the throne was not a straight road paved with glory. It was riddled with challenges and trials that would test every fiber of David's being. Soon after his anointing, darkness loomed as King Saul, tormented by a spirit of despair, found solace in David's music. The boy who once tended sheep was now summoned to the palace to play for the king. In the grand halls of Saul's home, David discovered a world of opulence and burdens. The laughter echoed against the walls, yet within Saul, a storm raged. David played with all his heart, pouring his soul into the strings of his harp. Each note spoke of his dreams, his fears, and the weight of a destiny he did not yet fully comprehend. But shadows lurked, and envy crept like vines around Saul's heart. The moment of tension arrived when David, the shepherd boy, faced a giant named Goliath. The Philistine warrior stood tall, taunting the army of Israel with each word that dripped from his lips like poison. His voice roared through the valley, a challenge that sent tremors of fear through even the bravest soldiers. David heard the giant's mocking voice, and something ignited within him. He knew he could not stand by as his people cowered in fear. Armed with only his slingshot and 5 smooth stones, he stepped forward, a mere boy against a colossal foe. The tension stretched thin, all eyes watching, hearts pounding, as he approached the battlefield. Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God? David shouted, his voice ringing with conviction. The world around him faded, And in that moment, there was only him and Goliath. As he loaded the stone into his slingshot, the air grew still, pregnant with anticipation. Every heartbeat echoed the battle cry of a boy who dared to challenge fate. The stone flew through the air, a small but mighty missile guided by unseen hands. Time slowed as it struck Goliath squarely on the forehead. The giant faltered, then fell, crashing to the ground with a thud that reverberated through the valley. Gasps of disbelief echoed. David had triumphed. In that instant, a shepherd boy became a hero, marking the beginning of his rise to power. The cheers of the people rang in David's ears, but mixed with the jubilation was the shadow of Saul's jealousy, a dark storm brewing on the horizon. As David returned to Jerusalem, parades and songs hailed him as the new champion. Yet, in the back of his mind, he felt the weight of the crown that had yet to be placed upon his head. Saul's heart hardened, and the seeds of envy took root. The king's smile faded, replaced by a glare that promised danger. David was no longer just the king's musician. He had become a threat. The tension mounted, nights turned restless, and the walls that once embraced him now felt like a prison closing in. As David fled into the wilderness, the memories of home haunted him. In caves and forests he gathered a band of misfits, men who were outcasts like him. They formed a brotherhood bound by loyalty and shared dreams. The wilderness became their sanctuary, a place where David's leadership grew. Every encounter with danger forged him into a warrior, every challenge a lesson in resilience. The story of David was only just beginning, and as the sun set on his early years, the horizon glimmered with the promise of a future filled with trials, victories, and a destiny that awaited him beyond the hills of Bethlehem. In the warm glow of a fading sunset, a young woman named Miriam kneels by the river, the cool water flowing around her fingers. The flickering light dances across her face, illuminating the determination in her eyes. As she gathers water for her family, the soft sounds of nature surround her, but her mind is a whirlwind of thoughts. Thoughts of her role, her worth, and the weight of expectation that rests heavily upon her shoulders. In ancient Israel, women like Miriam were often seen through the narrow lens of domesticity, yet their stories were woven into the very fabric of their society. Miriam's mother, Leah, once told her, "A woman is the heartbeat of her home." Those words echo in her mind, connecting her to generations of women who came before her. Women who shaped their families, their communities, and sometimes even the course of history, despite the confines of their roles. As Miriam fills her vessel with water, she reflects on her grandmother, Ruth, who dared to leave her homeland in search of a new life, showing that courage could bloom in the most unexpected places. Ruth's legacy lives on in the hearts of every woman who defies the odds to claim her place. The bond between mothers and daughters in ancient Israel was sacred, fortified by shared rituals and responsibilities. Women would gather in the evenings, sharing stories that echoed through the generations. They spoke of Sarah, who laughed at the absurdity of life's surprises, and of Deborah, a fierce warrior and a judge who defied norms. These women were not mere shadows in the background. They were the unsung heroines whose strength and wisdom held their families together, who influenced the men of their time, steering them towards decisions that would change their lives. The air tinged with the weight of their stories filled the night, sending shivers down Miriam's spine, reminding her of the power that pulsed through her veins. In the marketplace, the atmosphere crackled with energy. Women were the heartbeat of commerce. They sold produce, textiles, and crafts, their voices mingling with the shouts of vendors and the laughter of children. Miriam watches as her neighbors barter, their hands moving in a graceful dance of negotiation. Each interaction is a testament to their resilience and resourcefulness. They are not just wives and mothers, but businesswomen and artisans. The vibrant colors of their wares reflect their spirit, bold and unyielding. The bustling energy of the market ignites a flame within her, a desire to join in and contribute, to be a voice among the chorus of women shaping their world. As dusk settles, the shadows stretch long, and the air is thick with the scent of spices and baked bread. Families gather around their fires, where stories unfold like the flames dancing before them. Miriam observes her father, a respected elder, sharing tales of valor with the men. Yet, she knows that her mother's voice carries equal weight in their home, a silent strength that echoes through generations. It is the women who keep memories alive, who nurture their children with not just food but wisdom, teaching them lessons of love, sacrifice, and survival. Miriam feels a swell of pride and purpose, a desire to honor her ancestors by embracing her own narrative. But the world is not without its shadows. The specter of oppression looms over the lives of these women. In times of conflict, their resilience is tested, their bodies often caught in the crossfire of power struggles. Miriam remembers the whispers of heartache that drift through her village, the stories of women who have lost everything yet still rise, their spirits unbroken. The strength born from suffering is a powerful legacy, one that fuels the resolve of future generations. It is in the quiet moments of grief that women gather, their tears mingling with shared laughter, creating a tapestry of hope against despair. With the dawn comes a new cycle, and the sun's rays illuminate the hills surrounding their village. Miriam joins her mother in the fields, their hands digging deep into the earth. The soil is rich, and so too is their connection to the land. Each seed sown is a promise, a testament to the dreams they dare to dream. As they work side by side, Leah shares stories of women who have defied the odds, women who have forged their paths in a world that often sought to silence them. These tales inspire Miriam, urging her to find her own voice, an echo of those who stood before her, unyielding and fierce. As the day unfolds, the laughter of children fills the air, a reminder of the future they are building. It is a future that holds both hope and uncertainty, where the roles of women continue to evolve. Miriam looks around, seeing the strength and beauty in those who surround her. Her neighbors, her friends, her kin. Together, they are a force of nature, a community bound by shared struggles and triumphs. The weight of history rests on their shoulders, yet they rise, day after day, with unwavering determination. And as night falls once again, the stars twinkle overhead like a blanket of dreams. Miriam stands in the glow of the fire, her heart swelling with the stories of the women who came before her. With each tale shared, a spark ignites within her, a call to action, a desire to break boundaries and carve out her own identity in a world that often tries to define her. The flickering flames mirror her spirit, shining bright, with the power to illuminate even the darkest of nights. Miriam understands that she is a part of something much larger than herself. The women of ancient Israel are not just figures in a dusty history. They are the architects of culture, the caretakers of tradition, and the bearers of hope. Their voices intertwine with hers, creating an unbreakable bond that transcends time. As she gazes into the fire, she feels the weight of their expectations and the thrill of possibility. The journey ahead is unwritten, but she knows that she carries the strength of generations within her, an inheritance that no one can take away. And so, as she turns to her mother, a silent agreement passes between them, a promise to honor their lineage, to carry forward the stories, the struggles, and the triumphs. The night is alive with the echoes of their ancestors, a chorus that will not be silenced. The tales of women in ancient Israel are far from over. They continue to unfold, waiting for the next chapter to be written, one heartbeat at a time. In the quiet of evening, the air thick with the scent of jasmine, Bathsheba stood on the balcony of her home, gazing at the horizon where the sun dipped below the hills. The golden light shimmered on the rooftops of Jerusalem, casting long shadows that whispered secrets of the day's end. Yet, in her heart, a storm brewed, filled with the weight of unspoken words and an unyielding sense of duty. She was not just Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah. She was a woman born of circumstance, molded by the expectations of society that often felt like chains around her delicate wrists. Uriah, her husband, was a soldier, a proud man who fought fiercely for his king and his people. His loyalty was unwavering, as steadfast as the armor he donned before each battle. Bathsheba admired him for his bravery, yet an undercurrent of tension simmered within her. Their marriage, while filled with affection, was bound by the rigid structures of their world. A marriage of duty, she often thought, rather than one born of fiery passion or choice. As Uriah returned from the battlefield, his presence filled the room with a warmth that momentarily banished her worries. Yet, with every kiss, every shared smile, Bathsheba felt the weight of the unspoken burden they both carried. She knew that her beauty was both a gift and a curse, something that could ignite desire but also incite jealousy. In the eyes of the men around her, she was a trophy, an object of desire rather than a partner of equal standing. "Tell me of the battles," she urged him one evening, trying to bridge the emotional chasm that lay between them. "What did you see? Who fought bravely?" She leaned closer, a flicker of hope sparking within her heart that perhaps, through his stories, she could understand him better. Uriah's eyes lit up as he recounted tales of valor and camaraderie. His voice rose and fell, filled with passion as he spoke of his comrades and the fearlessness they shared. Bathsheba listened intently, her heart swelling with pride for her husband's courage. But beneath that pride lurked a gnawing fear. What if one day his bravery led him to his doom? The thought chilled her, yet she quickly brushed it away, forcing herself to focus on the man before her. Yet, the shadows lurking in their marriage felt insurmountable. Bathsheba often found herself yearning for more than what was offered. As the moonlight poured through their window, illuminating the small space they shared, she couldn't shake the feeling that her life was encased within the confines of walls that felt increasingly stifling. She loved Uriah, but sometimes love wasn't enough. One fateful evening, as whispers of a brewing war echoed through the city, Bathsheba was drawn to the rooftops again, her heart restless. She gazed out across the city, her thoughts a whirlwind of longing and doubt. She had always been taught to behave, always to be the good wife, the dutiful daughter. But somewhere within her, a flicker of rebellion burned fiercely, a desire to be seen as more than just a beautiful woman tethered to a man's fate. As she stood there, her heart pounding, a figure emerged in the distance. David, the king, had noticed her. His gaze lingered, igniting a fire within her that both thrilled and terrified her. She felt an awareness, a connection that was both electric and dangerous. The king's eyes held a promise of something different, a world beyond the boundaries of her marriage, a whisper of freedom that called to her very soul. The next days were a blur of fleeting glances and quiet conversations that sent shivers down her spine. Uriah was oblivious, lost in the grind of warfare and duty. But Bathsheba's heart was a tempest of emotions. She loved her husband, yet she felt drawn to the charisma of the king, entangled in the web of desire and ambition. The tension in her heart escalated as Bathsheba found herself woven deeper into the fabric of David's world. She was torn between loyalty to Uriah and the intoxicating allure of power and passion. Each moment felt like a dance on the edge of a precipice, every breath a reminder of the dangers lurking below. During a night filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the soft rustle of leaves, Bathsheba made a choice that would alter the course of their lives forever. She stepped into the unknown, surrendering to the magnetic pull that had captivated her heart. In that moment, she shed the last remnants of the obedient wife, stepping boldly into the uncharted territory of her desires. But with the dawn came the harsh reality of her actions. A deep sense of guilt gnawed at her, for she knew Uriah would never understand. He was the embodiment of loyalty and honor, a man who fought for everything he believed in. The weight of her secret pressed heavily upon her, confining her in a cage of anxiety and remorse. As Uriah returned from battle, Bathsheba put on a brave face, masking the tempest within her. She greeted him with warmth, yet her heart raced with the knowledge of what had transpired. Every laugh felt like a betrayal, every touch a reminder of her duplicity. She tried to be the perfect wife, but her heart was fractured, caught in a web of love, betrayal, and a longing for freedom that felt so far beyond her reach. Days turned into weeks, and the tension mounted, swirling like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. Bathsheba's world was a fragile illusion, teetering on the brink of collapse, and she felt every moment of it. The gentle sound of Uriah's voice and the laughter of their shared moments echoed in her ears, but they were tainted with the knowledge of her truth. It was a truth that loomed like a shadow, dark and heavy, threatening to engulf them both. In a moment of desperation, she realized that the choices she had made could have dire consequences, not just for herself, but for Uriah. The love that once felt so secure began to unravel, as the reality of their lives spiraled into uncertainty. Bathsheba stood on the precipice, her heart a cacophony of emotions, knowing that her next move could change everything. Her marriage to Uriah, which had been a single thread woven into the fabric of her existence, now felt like a tapestry unraveling at the seams. The whispers of the past echoed in her mind, and she braced herself for the storm that was about to break. As the sun rose over the horizon, she prepared to confront the truth she could no longer hide from, knowing that the life she had known was about to shatter into 1,000 pieces. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the ancient city of Jerusalem. It illuminated the rooftops, each one a tapestry of stone and clay, where life unfolded in quiet rhythms. But on one particular rooftop, the air was thick with something electric, something that would change the course of history forever. David, the king, stood at the edge of his palace, a figure of power and ambition, yet also one of longing. His brow furrowed slightly, a shadow of restlessness crossing his face as he scanned the horizon. From this vantage point, Jerusalem seemed both familiar and foreign, a city that pulsed with life, yet felt distant from his own heart. He had fought wars, won battles, and secured his throne, yet in those still moments, a gnawing emptiness tugged at him. As he turned his gaze downward, a flicker of movement caught his eye. There, in the courtyard below, a woman bathed in the soft light of the evening, her silhouette a cascade of grace and beauty. Bathsheba. Her name hung in the air like a whisper, stirring something deep within him. The water glistened on her skin, reflecting the setting sun, each drop a pearl of temptation. Unbeknownst to her, she was the center of a storm that would engulf them both. Bathsheba was lost in her own world, unaware of the eyes that watched her with a mixture of fascination and desire. She was a woman of strength, the wife of Uriah, a soldier who fought valiantly for the king. Yet, in that moment, as she soaked in the warmth of the water, she felt a sense of freedom, a rare moment of peace away from the noise of the world. The scent of jasmine lingered in the air, wrapping around her like a tender embrace, and for a moment, she surrendered to her own thoughts of love, loyalty, and the weight of expectation. But the stillness shattered when David stepped back, his heart racing, a confusing blend of admiration and a darker hunger rising within him. It was a feeling he had known before, yet never quite like this. Bathsheba's beauty was not just physical. It was raw and radiant, igniting a fire within him that threatened to consume all reason. He felt as though he stood at the edge of a cliff, the abyss below calling to him, daring him to leap into the unknown. His guards, loyal and steadfast, were oblivious to the turmoil brewing in their king's heart. They knew him as a warrior, a man of honor, a leader. They could not see the flicker of uncertainty that danced in his eyes as he summoned a servant to inquire about the woman. "Who is she?" David asked, his voice steady, yet laced with an urgency he could not hide. The servant hesitated for a fleeting moment. "She is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam and the wife of Uriah," he replied, words laden with the weight of loyalty and truth. Yet each syllable felt like a knife, cutting deeper into David's resolve. The knowledge that she was married only intensified his desire, igniting a dangerous flame that flickered in the depths of his soul. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night crept in, cloaking the rooftops in darkness. David's thoughts spiraled, shifting from admiration to obsession. He could feel the pull of destiny guiding him, a force that seemed beyond his control. The walls of his palace whispered to him, urging him forward into temptation. He sent for Bathsheba, his heart pounding with every beat as he awaited her arrival. When she stepped into the palace, it was as if time itself had suspended. Bathsheba entered with a grace that made the air shimmer, her eyes wide and uncertain. She was a woman who had known little of the king's world, yet here she was, drawn into the very heart of it. The room felt charged, each breath heavy with unspoken words. "Why have you come?" she asked, a tremor in her voice, although her heart raced at the sight of him. David, with his commanding presence and fierce gaze, loomed larger than life itself. "I wish to see you, to know you," he replied, his voice low, intimate. It was a statement that held both promise and peril. In that moment, the air crackled with tension, a delicate balance teetering on the edge of morality and desire. Bathsheba's heart fluttered with confusion. She was a loyal wife, yet the fire in David's eyes ignited something within her, a longing she had never acknowledged. She felt the weight of her own choices pressing down, battling against the pull of an unseen force that beckoned her closer. As they stood together, the world outside faded into oblivion. There was no war, no duty, just the two of them, caught in a moment that felt both forbidden and inevitable. David stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking until it felt as if the air itself had become a barrier, one that threatened to break with the slightest gesture. His hand brushed against hers, and in that fleeting contact, the spark ignited. Bathsheba felt overwhelmed, a flood of emotions crashing over her. It was fear, yes, but also an exhilarating thrill that coursed through her veins. Could she dare to step into the unknown? David's heart raced. The weight of his crown felt heavy, and yet, standing before Bathsheba, he felt the weight of the world lift. His thoughts raced, caught in a whirlwind of passion and consequence. He was a king, but at that moment he was a man, flawed, aching, and desperate for connection. The night stretched on, filled with stolen glances and whispered breaths, a magnetic dance that neither could resist. The stars above twinkled like distant dreams, yet the reality of their choices loomed closer, a shadow whispering warnings that fell on deaf ears. The air was thick with unchained desire, and as they drew closer to each other, the moment became a point of no return, a decision that would echo through the ages. And in that fleeting instant, with the weight of their worlds pressing down, they surrendered to the pull, to the inevitable fate that awaited them both. As their lips met, the heavens seemed to hold their breath, bearing witness to the beginning of a saga fraught with passion, peril, and a love that would forever alter the course of their lives. The air was thick with tension, a silent storm brewing in the dimly lit room. In one corner, an ancient clock ticked steadily, each second like a heartbeat counting down to an inevitable confrontation. There, hidden behind the velvet drapes, lay the forbidden whispers of passion, secrets that could unravel lives, tear families apart, and drown souls in a sea of guilt and regret. In a small village nestled among rolling hills, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced across cobblestone streets. It was here, in this seemingly idyllic town, that desire took root. The delicate intertwining of love and lust often led hearts astray, creating a web of deception that ensnared even the most unsuspecting souls. The village spoke of a woman named Uriah, her beauty like a wildflower blooming against the harshest winds. With eyes that sparkled like the stars, she ignited a fire in the heart of every man who crossed her path. But it was the forbidden love with the village's beloved blacksmith, Marcus, that set the world ablaze. The tension between them crackled like static electricity, drawing them closer despite the weight of their choices. They shared stolen glances across the marketplace, the sweetness of their smiles overshadowed by the looming shadows of their lives. Uriah, a devoted wife and mother, felt the pull of her heart, a dangerous dance that whispered promises of ecstasy while simultaneously condemning her soul to the depths of despair. Each secret meeting beneath the old oak tree felt like a heartbeat away from discovery, and yet, the thrill of their connection was intoxicating. Marcus, too, was a man torn between honor and desire. He was more than just a blacksmith. He was a father, a husband, a pillar of the community. But with Uriah, he found a spark that ignited his very being, making him feel alive in a way that the mundane routines of daily life could not. Their rendezvous were filled with laughter and shared dreams, but every stolen moment hung heavy with the weight of their choices. The sun would set, and with it, their blissful escape would fade into the darkness of reality. But secrets cannot be hidden forever. The village buzzed with tales of a broken promise, a betrayal that would shatter the lives of those involved. Whispers curled around corners like smoke, curling into the ears of unsuspecting friends. One evening, under the ghostly glow of the moonlight, a figure emerged from the shadows, a jealous heart driven by betrayal. It was Alara's husband, Thomas, a man whose love had become twisted by suspicion and despair. His world shattered when he caught sight of their entwined hands. An image seared into his mind, a dagger plunged into his heart. The confrontation that followed was explosive, a storm unleashed. Words like knives cut through the air, sharp and unforgiving. Thomas, consumed by rage, demanded answers. The raw pain in his voice echoed through the night, a haunting melody of heartbreak. "You took everything from me," he roared, the anguish twisting his features. Alara stood frozen, torn between her love for her children and the undeniable pull of her heart. The air crackled with unresolved emotions, and the weight of guilt clung to her like a heavy cloak. As the night deepened, the village woke to the chaos of betrayal. The once peaceful streets transformed into a battleground of emotions, where loyalty collided with desire. Friends became enemies, and love twisted into something vile. The consequences of their choices unfolded like the pages of a tragic novel, each twist sharper than the last. The very fabric of their lives began to unravel, the consequences looming like dark clouds overhead. Rumors spread like wildfire, igniting anger and resentment. Friends began to choose sides, a line drawn in the sand between betrayal and loyalty. The once unified community fractured under the weight of their secrets. Alara and Marcus, once confident in their love, now felt the suffocating grip of shame and despair tightening around them. They became pariahs, their names whispered in disdain, their love seen as a stain on the village's honor. In the aftermath of their choices, Alara's children bore the brunt of the fallout. Innocent hearts found themselves caught in a storm that raged beyond their understanding. They watched as their mother's laughter faded, replaced by a silence that echoed through their home. The vibrant colors of their lives dulled to gray, overshadowed by the wreckage of their parents' decisions. Each child carried the burden of their mother's sin, their innocent eyes filled with questions they dared not ask. But the consequences stretched further, wider. As the village crumbled under the weight of betrayal, the blacksmith shop sat eerily quiet, a testament to the shattered dreams of a once thriving community. Marcus, once a figure of strength and passion, found himself adrift in a sea of guilt. Each clang of the hammer on metal felt like an echo of his own failures. He had pursued his heart, but in doing so, the life he held dear slipped through his fingers like sand. Time moved on, but the scars of adultery lingered like a shadow. Alara and Marcus, once so alive in their love, now walked through life as ghosts of their former selves. The village, once vibrant and warm, became a place painted in shades of resentment and sorrow. They had sought fulfillment in forbidden love, but what they found were the heavy chains of consequence, binding them to a reality they could not escape. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dim light over the village, Alara gazed into the distance, her heart heavy with the weight of her choices. She felt the echoes of her desires calling to her, a siren's song that both beckoned and tormented her. The ghosts of her past danced at the edges of her consciousness, reminding her of the life she had lost and the consequences of her actions. The lives forever altered because of her fleeting moments of longing. The stage was set for the next act, the air thick with unresolved emotions and the looming specter of retribution. The very fabric of their existence frayed, hinting at the tumultuous journey that lay ahead, one that would forever change not just their lives but the lives of those around them. As the night grew darker, the villagers whispered of a reckoning, a time when the sins of the past would come back to haunt them all. And in the quiet corners of the village, desire continued to pulse, waiting for its moment to strike again. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays over the battlefield, illuminating the armor of warriors who stood poised for glory and honor. Among them was Uriah the Hittite, a soldier whose name would echo through the annals of history, a man of unwavering loyalty and fierce courage. His brow was furrowed, not from fear but from the weight of responsibility he carried, not just as a warrior, but as a husband torn between duty and love. As the war drums thudded in the distance, a memory flickered in Uriah's mind. The warm laughter of Bathsheba, his beloved wife, dancing like sunlight through the trees of their home. He could see her vivid smile, feel her soft touch, hear her voice filled with hope, and it made his heart ache. It was a bittersweet memory, one that anchored him amidst the chaos of war. While others fought for fleeting glory, Uriah fought with a fierceness born of love, a love that made him both strong and vulnerable. He remembered their wedding day, how he had held her hand, promising to protect her fiercely, to love her through every storm. Bathsheba, with her long dark hair and eyes that sparkled like stars, had brought a warmth into his life that he had never known. She was not merely his wife. She was his anchor, his muse, and the reason he stood ready to face any danger. But duty called, and each day he trudged back to the front lines, leaving behind a piece of himself with her. Yet Uriah knew the battlefield was unforgiving. The sound of clashing swords and the cries of men pierced the air, a symphony of chaos that echoed in his ears. His heart pounded in rhythm with the war drums, each beat a reminder of the mission ahead. He was a Hittite, a proud warrior whose skills in combat were honed through years of training. He had fought alongside King David's men, earning their respect and admiration through sheer determination and bravery. But within his chest lay a conflict, a loyalty to his king and a longing for the woman he loved. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, Uriah found himself standing at the edge of his encampment, staring at the stars that twinkled like the eyes of Bathsheba. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying her scent, the fragrance of the oils she used, the essence of home. Each gust whispered promises of return, but the weight of war loomed large, threatening to drown everything in darkness. The next battle approached, and his heart raced not just for the fight but for the promise of returning to her arms. He could almost hear her reassuring words, "You will come back to me." But the harsh reality of war was a cruel teacher, reminding him that not all soldiers returned home. Uriah gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening like steel. He would fight with every ounce of strength he had, not just for himself, but for Bathsheba, for their future, for the life they had envisioned together. With each clash of swords, every cry of a fallen comrade, Uriah felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. He fought valiantly, leading his fellow soldiers with honor, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. Yet, every victory felt hollow, for each life lost carved deeper into his soul. He could almost hear Bathsheba's laughter turn to cries, echoing in the recesses of his mind, reminding him of what he was fighting for. But one fateful night, as stars blanketed the sky, a chilling silence enveloped the camp. With a heart heavy with dread, Uriah sensed that something was amiss. The shadows danced ominously around him, whispering secrets of betrayal and disloyalty. He had heard the murmurs among the men, whispers of a king's desire, a king's need that stirred in the silence of the night. Uriah's heart sank. He knew he could not afford to be weak. Bathsheba was waiting for him, and he could not let her down. Days turned into weeks, and Uriah continued to fight, each swing of his sword a testament to his undying loyalty. But a new darkness crept in, the knowledge that his beloved was being pursued by the very man he had sworn to protect. The thought of Bathsheba in the arms of another sent waves of anger and betrayal coursing through him. How could this be? The man he had served with honor, the king, was now a rival for his heart. But Uriah knew not to succumb to despair. He battled fiercely, refusing to let the whispers of betrayal drown him. Each day he returned to camp. The thought of Bathsheba was a flickering flame in his heart, urging him to fight on. He clung to the fleeting moments of joy they had shared, the promises whispered in soft tones beneath the stars, where their hearts beat as one. That love was a shield against the arrows of despair that flew around him. Yet the tides of fate twisted cruelly. It wasn't long before Uriah learned of a plan that would shatter his world. A command from King David that would send him into the heart of danger. A trap set with the precision of a hunter. Uriah, oblivious to the king's dark intentions, donned his armor with a heavy heart, the weight of betrayal pressing down on him. He could feel Bathsheba in his bones, her love a bitter reminder of what was at stake. In that moment, all the laughter and warmth seemed to fade into the cold reality of the battlefield. As he prepared to face the enemy, his heart was a tempest, raging against the storm of betrayal that brewed within their lives. Uriah stepped forward, ready to meet his fate, not knowing that love, loyalty, and tragedy were intertwined in a dance that would lead to a climax no one could foresee. This was not just a battle. It was the beginning of a story that would echo through time, forever linking the soldier Uriah, the devoted husband, with the heartache that would ripple across the ages, leaving behind a legacy of love, loyalty, and sorrow. Each word, each movement was part of a greater narrative, one that would wrap itself around the hearts of all who heard it, forever captivating their souls as they awaited what came next, the shadows growing thicker as the storm brewed on the horizon. Bathsheba stood by the window, the cool morning air brushing against her skin, holding her breath as the sun began to rise. Each ray of light felt like a dagger piercing her heart, illuminating the truth she wished to forget. The beauty of the dawn was lost on her. It was merely a backdrop to her anguish. She gazed out over the rooftops of Jerusalem, where the bustling city awoke, but all she could feel was the weight of her grief pressing down upon her, suffocating and relentless. She remembered the laughter that once filled her home, echoes of joy and warmth that now felt like distant memories. After the weight of sin had crashed down upon her like a tidal wave, every sound was muted, every color dimmed. Her heart ached for the son she lost, a tiny life snuffed out before it had the chance to breathe, and in the silence of her isolation, the walls of her chamber seemed to close in, blurring the lines between reality and despair. Bathsheba turned away from the window, her fingers trembling slightly as she brushed back the dark curls that framed her face. She could still hear the whispers that followed her like shadows, reminders of her entanglement with King David, the scandal, the betrayal, the loss. All of it wrapped together in a tight bundle of shame that she carried like a heavy cloak. Each day felt like a fight against the tide of sorrow, but she couldn't escape it, not from the memories that haunted her footsteps. In the days that followed the loss, the palace felt like a labyrinth of grief. She found herself wandering through the vast halls, surrounded by people yet utterly alone. The whispers grew louder, echoing off the marble columns and filling her ears with accusations. David's sin, they said, Bathsheba's shame. She felt the judgment like a noose tightening around her neck, and every smile she forced seemed to only deepen the pain. Amidst the chaos, Nathan, the prophet, sought her out. His eyes held a sorrow that mirrored her own, and in his presence, she felt a flicker of understanding. God sees your heart, Bathsheba, he said softly, his voice a balm to her raw wounds. Yet the comfort was fleeting. Shame clung to her like a second skin. The king's love once wrapped around her like an embrace, but now it suffocated her, reminding her of the price of their desire. Days turned to weeks, and the grief did not wane. She could not forget the moment when she had learned of her child's fate, the crushing weight of despair enveloping her as she sank to the floor, sobbing in the stillness of her room. The air grew thick with her sorrow, and she felt as though the very walls mourned with her. Every corner of the palace echoed her pain, and even the gentle sounds of the servants' footsteps felt intrusive, a reminder of the world that continued to spin while her heart shattered. Sometimes, she caught sight of David across the hall during banquets, his laughter ringing out like a melody she no longer wished to hear. The king, once her love, now felt like a ghost haunting her every step. She wondered if he felt the weight of their sin as heavily as she did. Did he see her? Did he understand the depth of her sorrow? Or was she destined to remain a silhouette in his life, a reminder of a moment that led them down this dark path? The isolation was palpable, a loneliness that wrapped around her like a shroud. She recalled the conversations with her ladies, filled with laughter and gossip, now silenced, replaced with awkward glances and stifled whispers. They all knew, and she felt their eyes upon her, judging, dissecting. The bonds she once cherished began to fray, leaving her adrift in a sea of guilt and remorse. One evening, the tension reached a boiling point. Bathsheba found herself in the garden, where the roses bloomed defiantly against the fading light. Their beauty mocked her, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. She knelt among the petals, the soft earth crumbling beneath her fingers as she wept openly, the tears flowing unrestrained. "What have I done?" she cried into the dusk, her voice breaking, echoing into the silence around her. The weight of her choices pressed upon her like a mountain, and she felt so small, so powerless against the forces that had gathered around her. In that moment, she longed for the child she would never hold, for the life that could have been. The cries of her heart rose like a lament, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. She could almost see the tiny face, the innocent features that would never grace the world, and her heart shattered anew. Bathsheba was left with nothing but the echoes of what could have been, resonating in the hollow chambers of her soul. As night fell, enveloping her in darkness, Bathsheba felt the chill seep into her bones. The garden that once brought her comfort now felt like a prison, her isolation wrapping around her like chains. The stars above twinkled with indifferent beauty, and for a moment, she envied their freedom. She closed her eyes, wishing for an escape from the reality of her sorrow, from the burden of her past. But deep within her, a fire flickered, a fierce determination to reclaim her life, however impossible that seemed. With each breath, she recognized the need to rise above the shadows that enveloped her, to find a way back to the light. This was not just about her grief, it was about her identity. Bathsheba was more than a pawn in a king's game. She was a woman of strength, a mother, a survivor. As she rose from the earth, brushing away the remnants of her tears, the flicker of hope began to grow. The path ahead was steep and fraught with uncertainty, but within her, the ember of resilience burned strong. She would not allow her story to end in darkness. With every step back toward the palace, the whispers of her heart grew louder, calling her to stand tall amid the ruin. The chapters of her life would continue to unfold, and she would write them with every ounce of strength she could muster. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the stone walls of the ancient castle. Shadows danced in the corners, whispering secrets that seemed to echo through the centuries. Inside, David paced anxiously, his mind racing like a trapped animal seeking an escape. He had thought he could control everything, that he could bury the truth beneath layers of deception. But now, the weight of his actions pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating. It had started with a single mistake, one reckless decision that spiraled out of control. A fleeting moment of weakness had driven him to betray not only his own morals but also those who trusted him. The faces of his family, his friends, flashed before him like ghostly reminders of what he stood to lose. Panic rose within him, clenching his heart in a cold grip. If anyone found out, everything would change. He could already feel the whispers of suspicion creeping through the halls, like rats scurrying in the darkness. David's hands trembled as he reached for the scrolls scattered across the table, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. He knew he had to act quickly, to weave a web of lies thicker than the fog enveloping the castle. Every word he chose would be a thread, binding him to the facade he desperately needed to maintain. His thoughts flickered to the night when everything had gone wrong, the moment that had set this chain of events into motion. Memories swirled in his mind, vivid and haunting. He could still hear the laughter echoing in the banquet hall, the clinking of goblets and the cheers of revelers who had gathered to celebrate. That night had been a blur, a reckless dance of joy and intoxication. But in the shadows, something darker had unfolded, and he had been too wrapped up in his own desires to notice the danger lurking just out of sight. As he scribbled notes, he recalled the glint in the eyes of his companion, a hint of mischief that should have warned him of the impending chaos. They had laughed too loudly, celebrated too heartily, as if daring fate to reveal its hand. David's heart raced with each stroke of his quill, knowing that he was now building a fortress of lies to hide a truth so terrible it could tear apart everything he held dear. Outside, the wind howled, as if warning him of the storm that was brewing. David leaned closer to the flickering candlelight, his heart pounding in rhythm with the crackling flames. He could almost feel the heat of the fire reach out to him, a dangerous lure whispering promises of safety if only he would surrender to the dark. But he couldn't allow himself to succumb. He had to stay vigilant, keeping his carefully constructed lies intact. Days turned into nights, and the tension hung thick in the air. David watched the people around him, their faces betraying no hints of suspicion. Yet he could see the occasional furtive glance, the whispered conversations that cut through the silence like knives. He was a puppet master, pulling strings to orchestrate a performance of normalcy. But inside he felt the strings slipping through his fingers. The weight of his deception was eating away at him, clawing at his conscience, and the guilt was a relentless specter that refused to be ignored. Each day he crafted new layers of deception, even reaching out to those who might help him bury the truth deeper. He called in favors, creating alliances that would shield him from the prying eyes of the world outside. But with every secret he shared, he feared the possibility of betrayal. What if those he trusted turned against him? Paranoia seeped into his veins, leaving him restless and haunted. Then came the day he feared the most. The silence of the castle was shattered by the thunderous sound of a door slamming open. David's heart sank as he turned to face the gathering crowd. They had come with questions, their eyes ablaze with curiosity and suspicion. Murmurs of uncertainty filled the air, and David could feel the walls of his carefully constructed world start to crumble around him. Panic surged within him, a tidal wave threatening to drown him in its depths. He stood before them, his heart racing, his mind swirling with possible excuses. The words caught in his throat, twisted by the fear that gripped him. Suddenly, he was no longer the master of his fate, but a prisoner of his own making, trapped beneath the weight of the truth he had tried so desperately to conceal. The faces of his friends turned into a blur, and all he could focus on was the pounding of his heart, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away. Desperation clawed at him as he fought to maintain control. He forced a smile, one that felt as fragile as glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. "There is nothing to be worried about," he declared, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. The crowd's eyes narrowed, their suspicion growing like a storm on the horizon. Every word he spoke felt like a nail being driven into his coffin, each lie pulling him further into the abyss. As the shadows in the room lengthened, whispers turned to accusations, and David felt the ground beneath him shift. The very walls that had once provided sanctuary now seemed to close in, suffocating him with the weight of his own choices. He was drowning, and with every breath, he knew that the cover-up he had so meticulously crafted was beginning to unravel. The truth was a ravenous beast, and it would not be kept at bay forever. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated, a crescendo of emotions threatening to explode. David could feel the walls closing in, the truth lurking just beyond the surface, waiting for a moment of weakness to reveal itself. And as he stood there, surrounded by the faces of those he had deceived, he knew that the night was far from over. The shadows held secrets, and as long as he breathed, the danger would persist, lurking in the corners of his mind, ready to consume him whole. The sun dipped low over the ancient city of Jerusalem, casting long shadows through narrow alleyways and onto the regal stones of the palace. A haunting stillness enveloped the air, wrapping the ground in a thick shroud of unknowing anticipation. It was a day like any other, yet the echoes of fate loomed heavy, ready to strike. King David stood upon the balcony of his palace, his heart a mix of desire and dread. The cool evening breeze whispered secrets, yet all he could focus on was the unattainable beauty of Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of the setting sun. Her presence consumed him, drowning out all sense of right and wrong. With each passing moment, his longing twisted into something darker, a hunger that clouded his judgment. Little did he know that this moment of weakness would ripple through history with terrible force. Uriah, a loyal soldier of David's army, fought fiercely on the battlefield, while his king sat idly in luxury. The juxtaposition was stark. Uriah, strong and noble, risking his life for his king, and David, trapped in a web of his own making, spinning further into deceit. Each breath of the wind carried the scent of betrayal closer, wrapping around David like a noose. He was a king revered and feared, yet here he was, reduced to a mere man consumed by lust. As Bathsheba bathed, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her, oblivious to the storm brewing in the king's heart. For a fleeting moment, she enjoyed the cool water cascading down her skin, unaware that this innocent act would lead to her husband's downfall. David's heart raced, and the pace of the world around him quickened, racing toward a horrific end. Days turned into weeks, each one marked by the king's growing obsession. His mind spiraled deeper into turmoil, wrestling with guilt and desire, but he remained a king above all, a master of the game. He summoned Bathsheba to his court, creating an illusion of power while weaving a spell of seduction that would seal their fates. The encounter, cloaked in secrecy, ignited a firestorm of consequences that neither of them could predict. When Bathsheba's news arrived, it struck David like a thunderclap. She was with child. Panic seeped into his very core, forcing him to grasp at shadows. How could he cover up such a scandal? With every fleeting thought, the fear of exposure clawed at him, gnashing its teeth. A king's reputation was everything. It was his shield against the world. Yet, he felt himself teetering on the edge of an abyss. Desperation drove David to summon Uriah from the front lines, hoping to mask his treachery. "Go home," he urged. A smile plastered on his face as he offered the soldier food and drink. "Rest with your wife." But Uriah, steadfast and loyal, refused to indulge in comforts while his brothers fought for their lives. The irony dripped heavy in the air. Uriah remained true to his king, while David plotted his demise. Days passed, and the king's heart hardened. Each refusal from Uriah twisted the knife deeper into David's conscience. The walls of his palace felt like a prison, closing in with each tick of the clock. Finally, in a moment of darkness, David penned a letter, sealing Uriah's fate. "Put him at the front lines," he wrote. "Then pull back so that he may fall." The ink dried like blood on parchment, sealing a death sentence with the flick of a quill. As Uriah marched back to battle, he held the king's message tight, his heart filled with trust. The sun rose high, and the clash of swords filled the air, but a different kind of war raged in David's heart, one of guilt and horror at what he had set in motion. He stood on the balcony once more, gazing out, the weight of his actions pressing down like a mountain. Was this the man he had become? A murderer hiding behind a crown? The battle raged on, and Uriah fought valiantly, unaware of the treachery from someone he had once called friend. David's soldiers executed the order without question, and the moment of truth arrived with a swift strike. Uriah fell, his lifeblood spilling on the dust of the battlefield, his dreams crushed under the boots of betrayal. An eerie silence blanketed Jerusalem when news of Uriah's death arrived. David feigned sorrow, but inside, he was a tempest, a storm of emotions raging behind a facade of royal stoicism. Bathsheba mourned, her heart heavy with loss, unaware that the very man who looked upon her with adoration was the architect of her grief. David approached her, offering comfort in a time of despair, his heart racing between guilt and twisted relief. In the dark corners of his mind, the echoes of Uriah's loyalty haunted him. What had he done? The weight of that question, a leaden stone in his soul, began to crack the surface of his kingly demeanor. But as he embraced Bathsheba, the fleeting moments of pleasure washed over him, drowning out the cries of his conscience. The child she carried was a reminder of his sin, a bittersweet token of his treachery. As the days turned into weeks, the kingdom continued its routine, blissfully unaware of the dark cloud looming over their king. David tried to bury the truth beneath layers of royal duties and celebrations, but the specter of Uriah's ghost lingered. The tension hung in the air like a thick fog. Every laughter felt hollow, every cheer echoed muted. In the backdrop of this monumental betrayal, the heart of a kingdom beat on, but the king himself felt the ground crumble beneath him, inch by inch. The consequences of his actions loomed like a storm on the horizon, dark and relentless, waiting to unleash its fury. And as the sun set each evening, painting the sky in shades of blood red, David could almost hear the whispers of the past clawing their way back into the light, demanding justice. A hush fell over the room, thick as the tension that hung like a storm cloud. King David, once a humble shepherd boy and now the ruler of a vast empire, sat on his throne, his brow furrowed. The echoes of laughter and music from the banquet hall faded, leaving him in a heavy silence that clung to his heart. Outside the palace, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that seemed to swallow the very ground. It was a moment filled with foreboding, a moment that whispered of secrets and sins. Nathan stood before him, the prophet draped in a simple robe, his eyes sharp and piercing. The air crackled with unspoken words, the kind that could shatter empires and uproot kings. David had heard of his boldness, his unwavering commitment to speak truth to power. But today, Nathan came with a purpose that would send chills coursing through the veins of even the most hardened heart. "My king," Nathan began, his voice steady yet soft, as if each word was carefully placed. "I bring you a story." David leaned in, curiosity piqued, unaware that he was about to be ensnared in a web of his own making. There were two men in a city, one rich and the other poor. As Nathan continued, David's heart raced, captivated by the tale of a wealthy man who took the beloved lamb of a poor neighbor, a simple act of greed that seemed so far removed from the grandeur of his own life. But with every word, Nathan painted a picture that crept closer to David's own reality. The rich man had everything, yet he chose to take what belonged to another, leaving the poor man destitute and heartbroken. "Tell me, King David," Nathan pressed, his voice rising with fervor, "what should be done to such a man?" The question hung in the air, and David's answer came quick, fueled by righteous anger. "He deserves to die, and he must repay the lamb fourfold because he did this thing and had no pity." Nathan's eyes bore into David, piercing through the layers of denial and pride. "You are that man." The words sliced through the air like a knife, sharp and unyielding. The kingdom around them seemed to tremble, the weight of truth crashing down upon the king like an avalanche. Shock froze David in place. The room, once vibrant with life, felt as if it were closing in on him. Memories flooded his mind: Bathsheba, the stolen glances, the secret rendezvous, the deceptive plots that had spiraled into a dark abyss of consequences. The brutal reality of his choices pressed heavily on his chest, choking off any breath of defiance. Nathan continued, relentless yet compassionate. He spoke of the Lord's anger, of the consequences that would follow the unraveling of David's actions. The prophet unveiled the heart of the matter, each word a hammer striking the anvil of David's conscience. "Because of you, the sword shall never depart from your house." The prophecy loomed ominously, echoing through the corridors of time, a looming shadow over David's legacy. David's heart was a battlefield, torn between guilt and despair. Memories of Uriah, Bathsheba's husband, flashed before his eyes. Loyal and brave, a man who had trusted him. Now all that trust lay shattered, like glass strewn across a floor. The weight of betrayal hung like a noose around David's neck, tightening with every heartbeat. Tears began to well in David's eyes, and shame flooded his soul. Nathan's gaze softened as he watched the king unravel before him. He had come to confront evil but was also there to extend mercy. "The Lord has put away your sin. You shall not die," Nathan reassured him, but the words felt heavy. How could David embrace mercy when he had dealt so mercilessly? Silence enveloped the room once again, the kind that echoes in the deepest chambers of the heart. David struggled for breath, grappling with the enormity of his failures. Each inhalation felt like a battle, each exhalation a release of the pain he had caused. "I have sinned against the Lord," he finally uttered, his voice breaking. Nathan nodded, the weight of the moment hanging between them. The confrontation was not merely about sin. It was about redemption, about a king brought low, a man brought to his knees by his own choices. Nathan stood tall, a beacon of truth in a darkened world, ready to guide David through the storm of his emotions. But the battle was far from over. The consequences of David's actions would ripple through time, affecting generations that would follow. Nathan turned to leave, but before he stepped away, he cast one last look back at the king. "The child born to you will surely die." Those words crashed into David like waves against rocks, relentless and unforgiving. As Nathan departed, the king's heart shattered under the weight of prophecy. He rose from his throne, the regal facade stripped away, revealing a man lost in his own garden of regrets. The lavish palace that had once symbolized triumph now felt like a prison, each gilded wall a reminder of the choices that had led him to this moment of reckoning. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthening and deepening. The world continued to spin, blissfully unaware of the war raging within one man's soul. David fell to his knees, raw grief spilling forth in anguished cries. The kingdom had witnessed great victories, but this, the confrontation with his own spirit, was the most challenging battle of all. The echoes of Nathan's words lingered, a haunting melody of truth and consequence that would forever change the kingdom of Israel. The battle for David's soul had begun, and though the confrontation had revealed his darkest secrets, it had also ignited a flicker of hope for redemption. In the heart of the palace, moments stretched into eternity. The air thrummed with emotion, and the kingdom turned on its axis, changing forever. David's journey had taken a tragic turn, but through the pain, a powerful transformation awaited. And with that, the next chapter of his life beckoned, an uncharted path fraught with trials yet to come. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue across the rugged hills of ancient Israel. It was a moment that felt peaceful, yet an undercurrent of tension twisted in the air. King David stood on the balcony of his palace, his thoughts swirling like the autumn leaves that danced in the breeze. His heart, once filled with the joy of conquest and the love of his people, now bore the weight of a grave sin that had forever changed the course of his life. Bathsheba was not just a name. She was a haunting reminder of a choice that led him into darkness. Her beauty had captivated him, pulling him like a moth to a flame, igniting a passion that drove him to act without thought. They had shared stolen moments under the cover of night, their laughter echoing through the halls of his palace, drowning out the sound of his conscience. But that laughter was now twisted by the reality of their actions, a reality that would soon come crashing down around them. As David's gaze wandered over the city of Jerusalem, he felt the weight of a prophecy looming over him, like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon. Nathan, the prophet, had come to him, his eyes full of fire and fury, delivering a message that no king ever wished to hear. "You are the man." Those words hung in the air, heavy with the truth of what David had done. He had taken another man's wife, Uriah, a loyal soldier, and sent him to his death on the battlefield to cover up his sin. The consequences of his actions were about to unfold in ways he could never have imagined. The hush of the evening was shattered by a sharp knock on the door. Bathsheba entered, her face pale and drawn, a shadow of the vibrant woman he had first seen bathing on the rooftop. "David," she whispered, her voice trembling. The news had come like a dagger to her heart. Their child, the product of their forbidden love, was gravely ill. The weight of her sorrow pressed heavily upon her, a tangible reminder of their transgressions. David's heart raced, a mixture of fear and regret coursing through him. He had been a man of valor once, a shepherd who had slain giants, but now he felt like a coward standing before the inevitable consequences of his actions. A child's laughter turned to cries of pain felt like the echo of his own broken spirit. He fell to his knees, tears pooling in his eyes as he prayed, pleading with God for mercy, hoping against hope that he could turn back time, that he could undo the wrongs that had led him to this moment. As days turned into nights, David refused to eat or bathe. His servants watched with concern as the king wept and fasted, his body growing weaker with each passing hour. Bathsheba sat beside him, her own heart shattered at the sight of the man she loved being consumed by guilt and despair. She reached out to him, her touch gentle, but he was lost in anguish, his mind a battlefield where he fought against regret and fear. In another part of the palace, the air was thick with tension. Whispers spread like wildfire among the people. Some spoke of David's glory, while others couldn't help but recall the dark shadow that now loomed over him. How could a king chosen by God fall so far? They wondered if divine judgment was upon them all. And then, the moment they both dreaded arrived. The news came like a funeral march, solemn and heavy. The child had died. Bathsheba's heart shattered, her world collapsing around her. She fell to the ground, unable to comprehend the weight of the loss. David, too, felt the world slip through his fingers, a gaping chasm of grief opening inside him. The cries of the king echoed through the halls, a haunting sound that reverberated against the walls, a sorrowful reflection of a heart broken by the consequences of sin. In that moment, the palace became a place of mourning. David rose, his face lined with anguish, and walked to Bathsheba. Their eyes met, and the unspoken words hung heavily in the air. It was not just the death of a child they mourned. It was the death of innocence, the hollow space where joy had once flourished, now filled with regret and pain. The years had been filled with victories and triumphs, yet this moment stripped away the glory. David remembered his youth, the battles he fought for the people, the melodies he sang to honor God. Now, it felt as though those songs had turned to ashes in his mouth. He had tasted victory, but he had also tasted the bitter fruit of his own choices. As the sun set on Jerusalem, a heavy silence enveloped the palace, broken only by the sound of Bathsheba's quiet sobs. David wrapped his arms around her, but it felt hollow, a fragile shell of comfort that could not heal the deep wounds they both carried. The weight of their sins hung in the air, a palpable presence that refused to leave. Days turned into weeks, and the kingdom continued to function, but for David and Bathsheba, the world had changed irreparably. The whispers of the people grew louder, questions hovering like dark clouds, and somewhere deep within, David knew that this was not just about their personal grief. It was about the very fabric of his reign unraveling before his eyes. The grip of divine judgment tightened around them, a reminder that every action bore consequences, that even a king was not above the reach of justice. David was beginning to understand that the path of repentance would not be easy. His heart, once so bold and filled with life, now beat with uncertainty and fear of what was to come. The story was far from over. It was only just beginning to unravel, and as the shadows grew longer, the echoes of their choices whispered through the halls, a chilling reminder that the past had a way of resurfacing, and the consequences of sin could never truly be escaped. The grip of fate was tightening, and David, the man after God's own heart, was about to face the storm he had unknowingly invited into his life. A single, fragile breath hung in the air, suffocating the room with a weight that felt as if it could crush mountains. In a modest home, painted in faded hues of blue, soft light streamed through the window, illuminating the small, lifeless figure that lay still on a simple cot. The silence was deafening, each tick of the clock a cruel reminder of time moving forward while everything else stood still. It was a child, only 4 years old, yet the world had already carved deep into their tiny heart. Eliza knelt by the cot, her fingers trembling as she brushed a loose strand of hair from the child's forehead. The boy's skin was cool, the warmth of life having slipped away like sand through fingers. She felt an emptiness that clawed at her chest, a hollow ache that seemed to echo in the very corners of her soul. For Eliza, the bright laughter that once filled the space was now shackled by shadows of memory, muted and distant. She remembered how he had danced in the sunlight, chasing after butterflies, his giggles ringing like music. Each moment spent with him now felt like a cruel joke, a reminder of joy lost to an unforgiving fate. Her husband, Henry, stood by the door, his broad shoulders slumped under the weight of grief. The boy had been their light, a beacon of hope in turbulent times. His laughter had filled their home with warmth, and now, the silence was a ghost that haunted him. He gazed into the room, unable to move closer, as if stepping inside would shatter the last remnants of what was. In that moment, he felt the weight of his own helplessness. Every father's instinct to protect had failed, and the guilt washed over him like a cold wave, leaving him shivering in its wake. They had known sorrow before. Lost jobs, the haunting specter of illness, but nothing compared to this. It was a sorrow that ran deeper than any wound, a pain that felt as if it would consume them. Outside, the sun shone brightly, indifferent to their suffering, as if the world had forgotten what had transpired within their four walls. The villagers, too, moved on with their lives, tending to fields and children, oblivious to the silent scream of a mother's heart breaking. Days passed in a blur, each morning rising to the same unbearable weight. Eliza found herself moving through the motions, a ghost in her own home. She would sometimes catch glimpses of the boys' toys, the wooden train set, the tattered teddy bear, with a pang of longing so fierce it nearly knocked the breath out of her lungs. It was as if she were living in a world painted in shades of gray, colors stripped away, leaving only shadows of what once was. One evening, as dusk settled over their small town, Eliza finally found the strength to speak. She turned to Henry, her voice barely above a whisper. "We need to do something." The words hung in the air, trembling with unspent emotion. "We need to remember him, celebrate him. He deserves that." The idea was a flicker of light in their dark tunnel of despair. It was a way to channel their grief into something that honored their boy's short yet radiant life. They decided to hold a memorial. It would be simple but filled with love. The villagers would be invited to share memories, to light candles, to remember the joy their son had brought to everyone. As the day approached, Eliza poured her heart into every detail. She baked his favorite cookies and hung bright paper lanterns in the trees outside, envisioning their soft glow against the coming night. The action soothed the raw edges of her grief, transforming it into something tangible. Henry, too, found solace in the preparations, his hands working busily to create a space where laughter could intertwine with sorrow. The day of the memorial was gray and overcast, clouds hanging heavy above like a shroud. But as villagers began to arrive, something shifted. The air grew warm with shared smiles and quiet stories, each person carrying a piece of the boy with them. Eliza watched as neighbors hugged one another, as old friends exchanged knowing glances, and she felt a swell of warmth in her chest. It was community, it was connection, and in that moment it felt like hope. As twilight descended, they lit candles, each flickering flame a small testament to the light that had existed in their boy's life. With each candle that was lit, Eliza remembered the sparkle in her son's eyes, the way he would run to her with excitement, bursting to share his latest adventure. And with every shared story, her heart slowly began to mend, thread by delicate thread. But then, a hush fell over the crowd as a soft voice broke the silence. An elderly woman stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and began to speak of the boy's kindness, how he had shared his toys with others and brightened her own days with simple gestures. More stories followed, and with each one, the weight of grief began to lift, replaced by a warmth that emanated from the shared love for the boy. In that moment, Eliza felt something shift inside her. The sharp edges of her sorrow softened, transformed into a bittersweet mixture of love and loss. It was not the end, but a new beginning, a chance to hold onto the light he had brought into their lives, to carry it forward as they learned to navigate their future without him. As the last candle flickered in the growing darkness, casting a gentle glow over the gathering, Eliza and Henry shared a glance that held both pain and promise. They understood, in a way that transcended words, that this was not just a farewell, but a step toward healing. They would carry their son's spirit with them into tomorrow, facing the world not just as mourners, but as parents determined to keep his memory alive, to find meaning in the moments of joy and love he had gifted them. And as they held each other close, shadows of grief mixing with the light of remembrance, the world outside continued to turn, the cycle of life carrying on as they took the first tentative steps into a future that still shimmered with hope. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the city of Jerusalem. Within the palace walls, a heavy silence hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Bathsheba stood at the window, her gaze lost in the horizon, where the golden hues melted into the somber blues of dusk. It was in this moment of twilight that she felt the weight of her grief, a relentless tide that threatened to drown her. The memory of her child, taken too soon, haunted her like a restless ghost. Whispering reminders of joy turned to sorrow. News had traveled fast, as it always did in the court. Whispers behind closed doors spoke of her shame, of the scandal that had erupted like a storm. Bathsheba, the woman who had captured King David's heart, now wore the mantle of guilt. She had become the subject of derision, the embodiment of loss and betrayal. The laughter of court jesters, which once rang through the halls, had been replaced by a mournful silence, punctuated only by the soft sobs escaping her lips when she thought none were listening. Her heart, once buoyant with dreams and aspirations, now felt like a stone in her chest. How could she navigate this labyrinth of grief? Morning light would filter through her chamber, but it brought no warmth. It only illuminated the shadows that danced across her walls, reminders of what once was. Bathsheba wrapped her arms around herself, seeking comfort in her own embrace, but it was fleeting. The memory of her son's laughter filled her mind like a bittersweet melody, one she longed to hear again. It played on repeat, drawing tears from her eyes. Yet within that grief, there was a flicker of resilience, a fire that refused to be extinguished. Bathsheba was not just a woman of the palace. She was a woman of strength, a survivor in a world steeped in expectations and judgments. In the darkest nights, when the weight of her shame pressed down on her like 1,000 stones, she whispered prayers to the heavens, seeking solace and understanding. It was in those moments that she felt a connection, a sense of being cradled in something greater. As days turned into weeks, Bathsheba found herself drawn to the rooftop of the palace at dusk, her sacred space, where the sky met her sorrow. She would sit there, watching the stars emerge, each one a silent witness to her pain. The cool night air would wrap around her like a shroud, and for a moment, she would allow herself to remember. The laughter of her child echoed softly, bringing both joy and anguish. The memories were a double-edged sword, cutting deep yet also reminding her of the love that once filled her life. In the depths of her despair, Bathsheba learned to weave her grief into the very fabric of her existence. She began to engage in the affairs of the court, her demeanor shifting from one of isolation to quiet participation. She attended gatherings, her presence a stark contrast to the whispers that trailed behind her. Each step she took echoed with defiance, challenging the very shame that sought to pin her down. She was not merely a reflection of David's choices. She was a woman with her own story, her own pain to bear. One evening, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle, a gathering filled the palace courtyard. The air was thick with laughter and music, but Bathsheba felt like a specter, floating on the periphery. She observed the revelry, the joy that seemed so foreign to her now. Yet amid the noise, she caught sight of David, his eyes sweeping across the crowd, seeking her out. When their gazes met, something shifted within her. For the first time in a long while, Bathsheba felt a spark of hope. She could no longer remain in the shadows. She approached him, her heart pounding like a war drum. Conversations hushed, and eyes turned, but Bathsheba held her head high. She would no longer be a prisoner of her grief or the scorn that followed her. The king took her hand, and in that instant, she felt the warmth of his love breaking through her cold isolation. The touch ignited something inside her, a reminder that she was still worthy of affection, of being seen. They spoke softly, words interlaced with promises of better days. Bathsheba felt the tenderness in David's voice, a balm for her wounded spirit. As he recounted tales of their early days together, when laughter filled their home, she felt a shift. It was as if the chains of her despair began to loosen. She realized that resilience wasn't just about enduring grief. It was about reclaiming her narrative, about standing in the light even amid shadows. But the road ahead was not paved with ease. Bathsheba would soon confront the echoes of her past, the shadows of shame that loomed like dark clouds. The court would never fully forget the whispers that had preceded her. The specter of gossip lingered, a constant reminder of her fall from grace. But no longer would she let it define her. With each passing day, her resolve strengthened, and she found herself at the intersection of grief and hope. In her soul, she felt the stirrings of strength, a quiet confidence that began to rise like dawn after a long, dark night. Bathsheba resolved to channel her grief into something meaningful, to forge a path that would transcend her past. When she looked into the faces of those who challenged her, she felt a fierce determination. She would not fade into obscurity. She would rise, a phoenix from the ashes. The nights became her canvas, and as she poured her heart into her thoughts, Bathsheba began to write. Words flowed like water from a spring, each sentence a testament to her struggles and triumphs. She wrote of love, loss, and renewal, crafting a narrative that intertwined her sorrow with the beauty of resilience. Each word was a catharsis, releasing the weight that had burdened her for so long. With every stroke of the quill, Bathsheba discovered a deeper sense of purpose. The palace walls, once a prison of shame, transformed into a sanctuary where her voice could rise and be heard. The world outside may have still whispered in judgment, but within her, she had found a wellspring of strength. The shadows of her past no longer dictated her future. They became stepping stones towards something greater. And as she penned her truth, the stars above twinkled in approval, as if the universe itself conspired in her favor. The journey of a woman navigating grief and shame was not just a solitary path. It was a shared experience, a bridge connecting hearts. Bathsheba's story would be a beacon for others, illuminating the way through darkness, proving that even in the face of overwhelming odds, the human spirit could rise, resilient and unbroken. Each word she wrote wove a thread into the tapestry of her life, a life that was still unfolding, still filled with raw emotion and the promise of tomorrow. The ink on the parchment, still wet, would bear witness to her journey, a journey that was far from over. In the dimly lit chambers of King David's palace, a quiet tension hung in the air like the heavy scent of myrrh. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of ambition and desire. Bathsheba stood at the window, gazing out into the moonlit night, heart thrumming with a mix of hope and dread. A single thought echoed in her mind. Her son Solomon must rise to the throne. The throne, an object of power that had seen bloodshed, betrayal, and the crushing weight of destiny. Bathsheba felt the pulse of history around her, a rhythmic thumping, as if the very walls of the palace echoed with the stories of those who had come before. She recalled the moment when she first caught the eye of King David, the way he had looked at her with a hunger that both frightened and exhilarated her. Their love had birthed a storm, one that would shape the fate of the kingdom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the old king's health waned, and whispers filled the corridors like restless spirits. Bathsheba sensed the impending chaos. Her husband Uriah, a loyal soldier, had fallen victim to David's reckless passion, and now Bathsheba was left with the bitter taste of guilt mingled with fierce determination. She would not allow her son to be swept aside. Not like Uriah, not like others who had been discarded in the name of desire. She turned, her resolve hardening. Bathsheba approached the king's chamber, where David lay, frail and vulnerable. The once mighty ruler was now a shadow of himself, his body draped in silk, but his spirit trying to cling to the remnants of authority. It was time for her to act. "Your Majesty," Bathsheba whispered, kneeling beside him. Her voice trembled with urgency. "The kingdom must know who shall take your place. Solomon, our son, is the rightful heir." David's eyes flickered open, a mix of confusion and recognition washing over him. He had lived through treachery and triumph, but even now, faced with the weight of his legacy, he was uncertain. Bathsheba pressed on, her heart racing. "You promised me, my king. You swore that Solomon would sit upon the throne. Do not let your other sons overshadow him. Do not let your dreams die with you." As she spoke, each word felt like a stone cast into a turbulent sea, creating ripples that could change everything. Bathsheba remembered the furious faces of Adonijah and Absalom, brothers who had shown a thirst for power that was more like a wolf's hunger than a man's ambition. They would stop at nothing to seize the crown, and Solomon, with his gentle heart and wise spirit, would be left defenseless amidst the chaos. The air thickened with tension as David struggled to comprehend. Bathsheba could see the flicker of recognition in his weary gaze. She reached out, grasping his hand, willing him to understand her urgency. "You must act, my king, for the sake of our son, for the sake of the future." Her plea ignited something within David, a tiny spark of the king he once was. The flicker turned into a flame as he nodded slowly, and just like that, the wheels of destiny began to turn. Bathsheba could feel the tides shifting. The weight of the kingdom pressed upon her shoulders. She would not falter. Outside, the cool night air swirled with uncertainty. Bathsheba's mind raced as she strategized. The court was a tangled web of alliances and deceit, each noble holding their cards close to their chests. She needed allies, people who would stand by Solomon. She remembered Nathan, the prophet, the one man whose wisdom shone like a beacon amidst the darkened corridors of power. With a swift resolve, she sought him out, her heart pounding in her chest. "Nathan!" she called, urgency lacing her tone as she found him in the temple, surrounded by flickering oil lamps. The prophet looked up, and in his eyes, she saw understanding. "Bathsheba," he greeted, sensing the storm brewing within her. "What brings you here?" "Our son Solomon," she implored, her voice quivering. "He must ascend to the throne. David has promised, but we must act swiftly. Adonijah is rallying the princes and would take the crown for himself. We cannot let that happen." Nathan nodded, his brow furrowing with determination. "Then we must make our stand. We will present Solomon to the people at once. The kingdom must see him as their rightful king." Together, they forged a plan, words flowing like molten gold, each idea sparking with the promise of hope. They would gather the loyalists, the ones who believed in Solomon's wisdom, in a united front against the encroaching darkness. Bathsheba felt a rush of adrenaline course through her, knowing she was stepping into a battle that could change everything. The day dawned bright and clear, the sun spilling rays of gold over Jerusalem. Crowds gathered, a sea of faces filled with anticipation and doubt. As Bathsheba and Nathan led Solomon through the gates, the murmurs of the crowd swelled, an ocean of uncertainty crashing around them. "Here stands your king," Nathan's voice rang out, commanding and strong. Bathsheba felt her heart soar as she watched Solomon, youthful and radiant, step forward. He was the embodiment of her dreams, the hope of a nation. But around them loomed the shadows of Adonijah and his supporters, eyes glinting with ambition. The tension crackled in the air like a thunderstorm waiting to break. Bathsheba could almost taste the impending conflict, the stakes raised high as the crowd awaited the verdict of fate. Solomon's voice, calm and steady, rose above the noise, weaving through the hearts of those who listened. "I will rule with wisdom and justice," he declared, his words powerful enough to sweep through the crowd like a refreshing breeze. Bathsheba's heart swelled with pride, knowing that her son was ready to face whatever storm lay ahead. But even as she felt the tide of emotion rise within her, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of a great and terrible battle. Little did they know, the echoes of the past were already stirring, setting the stage for a clash that would test the very fabric of their resolve. The crown was within reach, but the shadows of ambition were closing in fast. The air was thick with tension, a silent storm brewing beneath the surface of the kingdom. Bathsheba stood at her window, a delicate hand resting against the cool stone, her pulse thrumming like the distant drums of war. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over Jerusalem, but shadows loomed larger than the fading light. Within these walls, the whispers of power and loyalty intertwined, like threads in a tapestry that could unravel with one wrong move. As Queen Mother, Bathsheba wore her crown not just as a symbol of her son Solomon's reign, but as a reminder of her own precarious position. She could feel the weight of history upon her shoulders, the echoes of her past even louder than the present chaos. Every glance from a courtier or the slightest shift in the throne room could send ripples through her carefully spun web of alliances. To many, she was simply the widow of King David, the mother of a king. To her, she was the architect of a dynasty. Outside, the streets of Jerusalem were alive with the chatter of the people, their hopes and fears spilling into the air like leaves caught in a fierce wind. Bathsheba knew all too well what it meant to navigate the shifting sands of power. She recalled the day she first caught the eye of King David, a love story wrapped in scandal and pain. A hush fell over the palace when news of her beauty reached the king's ears, yet it was her intelligence that truly captivated him. In a world where women often voiced their thoughts only through their fathers or husbands, she dared to speak her mind, drawing David closer with every word. Yet, the love that bound them was tangled in sorrow. Uriah, Bathsheba's first husband, had fallen due to David's desperate machinations. The blood that stained their love was a haunting reminder of the price they paid for power, a price that seemed to echo through generations. Bathsheba shivered, recalling the moment Nathan, the prophet, confronted David, revealing the stark truth of his sin. The weight of that revelation had shifted the course of their lives, and Bathsheba found herself standing not just as a mother but as a survivor, navigating the treacherous waters of royal court intrigue. It was in this crucible of ambition and loyalty that Bathsheba's true genius emerged. Each day, she woke with the determination to secure Solomon's throne. She knew her son had the wisdom of 1,000 scholars, but wisdom alone could not protect him from betrayal. Power was often claimed through bloodshed, and Bathsheba was no stranger to the darker aspects of kingship. The palace was rife with rival factions, each one more determined than the last to tip the scales of power in their favor. She recalled the day she summoned Adonijah, her eldest son, in a desperate attempt to quell the flames of ambition that flickered in his heart. Bathsheba had stood before him, fierce and unyielding, laying bare the consequences of his actions. "You may be the eldest, but the throne is not yours by birthright alone," she warned. The tension crackled in the room, her voice steady as she fought not just for Solomon, but for the very fabric of their family. Adonijah's defiance was palpable, a spark ready to ignite. Yet Bathsheba's resolve was like steel, tempered by the fires of loss and love. Bathsheba was a queen and a mother, but above all, she was a strategist. She knew the importance of forming alliances, and she played the game with the skill of a master. As Solomon rose to claim his rightful place, she leveraged her connections with the priest Abiathar and the commander Joab, weaving a network of support that would safeguard her son's future. Yet, as she made her moves, she felt the gnawing uncertainty of betrayal around her. Every ally could become an enemy. Every friend could turn against her. The corridors of the palace were filled with secrets and half-truths, and Bathsheba was determined to own them all. One evening, as she sat with Solomon, she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Mother, they whisper of my youth, of my inexperience," he said, his voice laced with concern. Bathsheba reached out, taking his hand in hers, feeling the warmth of his skin, the pulse of potential. "You are the son of David, my love. The people will rally behind you. Trust in your wisdom, but also in your mother's guidance." The fire crackled between them, reflecting the resolve they both felt. She saw the weight of kingship resting on his young shoulders and knew that her support would be the anchor he needed. Bathsheba had learned the art of navigating power. It was not just about ruling. It was about understanding the hearts of men and women, their desires, their fears. In the moments of silence, she would share the stories of their ancestors, the triumphs and tragedies that shaped their lineage, hoping to instill a sense of purpose within him. But the quiet was always laced with danger. Bathsheba had heard the rumors about Nathan's prophecy, the whispered fears that Solomon would not live to see his reign flourish. She could not allow fear to seep into his heart, so she clung to hope like a vine, wrapping it around their lives. Yet, those whispers grew louder, resonating through the palace halls, gnawing at her heart. As days turned into weeks, Bathsheba felt the grip of time tighten. The political landscape shifted beneath her feet, and new factions emerged, each with their own ambitions. The tension grew, crackling in the air like a summer storm, ready to unleash its fury. The kingdom was a delicate balance, and every decision she made would either fortify Solomon's claim or shatter it into pieces. In those moments of uncertainty, she often found herself looking into the mirror, reflecting on the choices that had led her here. The woman who had once been a pawn in a king's desire was now a force to be reckoned with. Bathsheba knew the stakes, and as she prepared for the challenges ahead, she felt the pulse of her ancestors guiding her, their spirits whispering encouragement in her ear. The future of the kingdom hung in the balance, and she was determined to see her son crowned, to see their legacy endure against all odds. As the sun set once more over Jerusalem, Bathsheba stood resolute, a beacon of strength amid the shadows. The horizon glowed with the promise of tomorrow, yet danger lurked in every corner, waiting to strike. She breathed in the cool evening air, embracing the chaos that surrounded her, ready to fight for her son, for their future. The stage was set, and the Game of Thrones had only just begun. The sun dipped low over the ancient hills of Jerusalem, casting a warm golden glow that danced upon the walls of the great city. Inside the royal palace, a young king sat upon his throne, his heart heavy with the weight of expectations. Solomon, the son of David, was not merely a ruler. He was a beacon of hope for a nation yearning for wisdom and peace. Yet, amidst his grand visions for the future, there was one figure who loomed larger than life in his mind. A woman who had once been both a source of great love and painful loss, Bathsheba. Bathsheba, now the queen, bore the scars of a tumultuous past. Her beauty was legendary, but it was her story that intertwined fatefully with the destiny of Solomon. Her past was marked by a scandal that had shaken the very foundations of Israel, a scandal that would forever influence her son. As Bathsheba gazed out of the palace window, her mind drifted back to the day that had changed everything. From the rooftop, she had caught the eye of King David, and that moment had set off a chain of events that would echo through time. The whispers of the court echoed her name, filled with mixed admiration and condemnation. Bathsheba had endured the pain of loss when her first child with David had died, a tragic reminder that even the mightiest could fall into despair. Yet, from this sorrow rose a fierce determination. She had borne another son, Solomon, who now sat on the throne, embodying both her dreams and fears. As the palace bustled with activity, Bathsheba knew that her role extended beyond being a queen. She was a mother, a guardian of her son's future, and a wise counsel in a palace where power struggles brewed like a summer storm. Her heart raced with the knowledge that Solomon was still young, still vulnerable to the deceit and ambition that lurked in the shadows of his court. One evening, as the moon cast a soft glow over Jerusalem, Bathsheba summoned her courage and approached her son. Solomon was poring over scrolls filled with the wisdom of ages, yet she could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "My son," she began, her voice steady yet tender, "the crown you wear is heavy, and the path before you is fraught with challenges. Remember the lessons of the past." Solomon looked up, his youthful face a canvas of determination mixed with uncertainty. "Mother, I want to build a temple for our God, a place of peace and worship, but I fear I will not be the king that our people deserve." Bathsheba's heart swelled with love and pride. "You have your father's strength and my wisdom. Surround yourself with those who seek truth, and do not shy away from the lessons of history. It was not just a crown that shaped your father's reign, but the choices he made and the counsel he sought." The tension in the air shifted as Bathsheba continued, recalling the dark days when David's lust had led to betrayal and bloodshed. "There were times when your father lost his way, when ambition clouded his judgment. I urge you to learn from those mistakes, to lead with humility and justice. The kingdom will flourish if you rule with a heart full of compassion." In that moment, Solomon's eyes sparkled with hope. Yet, the shadows of uncertainty loomed over him. Would he be strong enough to resist the temptations that had ensnared his father? Bathsheba sensed his inner turmoil and pressed forward. "Trust your instincts, my son. Seek the counsel of those who will challenge you, who will not simply echo your desires." As days turned into weeks, Bathsheba watched her son navigate the intricate web of court life. Solomon summoned wise men and scholars from across the land, seeking knowledge to guide his leadership. Bathsheba felt a swell of pride. Her influence was palpable in those decisions, her voice echoing in the chambers of power. Yet the palace was not free from strife. Advisors whispered in corners, their ambitions twisting like vines around Solomon's throne. Bathsheba sensed danger in their glances, in the way they spoke of alliances and betrayals as if they were mere games to be played. The pulse of tension quickened, and she knew she had to act. One fateful day, she received troubling news. Adonijah, her other son, was rallying support to claim the throne for himself. Fear gripped her heart. Would Solomon's reign be shattered by a brother's ambition? Bathsheba rushed to Solomon's chambers, her mind racing with the weight of urgency. "You must act swiftly, my son. Adonijah seeks the throne. He must not succeed." Solomon's brow furrowed, the weight of his mother's words igniting a fire within him. "I will not allow my brother's ambition to destroy the peace we strive for." In that moment, Bathsheba saw the resolve of a king forming within her son. He was choosing to stand strong, to protect not just his crown but the very future of Israel. As the sun set that evening, Bathsheba felt both hope and fear coiling in her chest. Solomon took decisive action, and the chaos of the court turned into a battle for loyalty and power. Bathsheba's heart raced as she watched her son navigate the treacherous waters of politics, each choice paving the way to his legacy. The tension rose like the tide, and in the palace halls, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Would Solomon rise to be the wise king he was destined to be, or would the shadows of his lineage consume him? Bathsheba knew that her influence had shaped his heart, but the ultimate choices lay heavy on his shoulders. As the night enveloped the city, Bathsheba stood at the window once more, her thoughts swirling like the clouds overhead. The fate of a kingdom rested on her son's shoulders, and in the depths of her heart, she prayed for strength for him, the boy she had loved fiercely, who was now the king of Israel. The story of their lives was far from over, and the next chapter was waiting just beyond the horizon. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling city of Jerusalem. Sounds of hammers striking stone and the rhythmic thud of labor filled the air, echoing the fervent energy of a nation on the brink of monumental creation. King Solomon stood at the edge of the construction site, his heart pounding with the weight of destiny. Around him, thousands of workers toiled under the watchful eyes of foremen, their hands stained with sweat and dust. As they raised stones weighing tons, the vision of the grand temple materialized. A sacred dwelling for the divine, a place to house the Ark of the Covenant, the very essence of their faith. Bathsheba, the queen mother, observed from a distance, her heart swelling with pride and apprehension. Her son, the wisest of all men, was determined to fulfill the promise made to his father, King David. Yet, there was a shadow that lingered, a whisper of the past that haunted her. Memories flooded her mind, vivid and poignant. The moment she had known true love, wrapped in the arms of David, was overshadowed by the tumultuous path they had traveled together. The loss of their first child, the pain of betrayal, and the fierce battles that had raged within the kingdom all pressed heavily upon her thoughts. But now, as the echo of chiseling stone mingled with the fervent prayers of the Israelites, there was hope. "Is this what we have built for?" Bathsheba murmured to herself, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of labor. She felt an invisible thread connecting her to the grand vision, a legacy that stretched beyond her own life. Solomon's dream was not just his. It was a culmination of their lives, the triumphs and failures woven together like the intricate designs of the temple itself. As night fell, the site transformed, illuminated by torches and the flickering glow of oil lamps. The workers persisted, their shadows dancing against the golden limestone walls. Bathsheba could hear the chants rising, the prayers of her people reverberating like a heartbeat, resonating with the hopes of generations. Her heart ached with the weight of it all. The temple would stand as a testament to their faith, but it would also echo the truth of their past. A past marked by love, sorrow, and redemption. Solomon, with his keen intellect, understood the significance of this creation. He envisioned not just a building but a bridge between heaven and earth, a sanctuary where the divine would dwell among his people. The blueprints were drawn with meticulous care, each detail a reflection of their covenant with God. Bathsheba watched her son as he moved among the craftsmen, sharing ideas, encouraging the artisans. His passion was contagious, igniting a fire in every heart present. She felt a swell of pride, knowing that despite the darkness that had once clouded their lives, light was breaking through. Yet tension simmered beneath the surface. The workers' murmurs hinted at discontent. The labor was grueling, and the resources were stretched. Bathsheba sensed the worry in Solomon's brow, the concern for the morale of his people. Would they be able to complete the temple? Would it stand as a beacon of hope? Or would it crumble under the weight of expectation? The stakes were high, and the vision so grand that it seemed to hang by a thread. One evening, as Bathsheba strolled through the site, she stopped to speak with one of the foremen, a burly man named Eliab. His hands were rough, calloused by years of work, yet his eyes held a flicker of hope. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice low and steady, "we will finish this temple. It is our purpose." His words struck a chord deep within her. This was not merely stone and mortar. It was a manifestation of their faith, a symbol of resilience. "Then let us pray together," Bathsheba responded, her heart racing with emotion. She gathered the workers around her, their faces illuminated by the flames of the torches. Bowing their heads, they united their voices in prayer, calling upon God to bless their labor and grant them strength. The sound of their collective hopes filled the air, a melody woven with the threads of dreams and aspirations. Bathsheba felt a surge of energy, a warmth that enveloped her like a comforting embrace. Weeks turned into months, and the temple began to rise majestically, each stone telling a story of sacrifice and devotion. Bathsheba stood on a nearby hill, watching as her son oversaw the progress. Solomon's face shone with determination, each decision he made bringing them closer to completion. Yet, as the structure grew, so did the shadows of doubt and fear. Whispers of impending conflict echoed through the city. Raiders and rival tribes eyed the prosperity of Jerusalem with envy. One fateful night, the tension reached its peak. A group of dissenters, fueled by anger and jealousy, stormed the outskirts of the construction site. Bathsheba's heart raced as she heard the clash of metal and the cries of workers defending their sacred ground. Solomon rushed to the front lines, his voice commanding as he rallied his people, urging them to stand firm. The darkness that threatened to engulf them felt palpable, yet the light of their faith shone brighter than ever. In the chaos of battle, Bathsheba felt the full weight of her legacy. This temple was more than a building. It was the embodiment of their struggle, their love, and their unwavering hope. As the conflict raged, she realized that every sacrifice made, every tear shed, was part of a greater story, a story that would transcend time. She closed her eyes, praying fervently for peace, for unity, for the construction to continue, to rise above the strife. The dawn broke with a fierce light, illuminating the remnants of conflict. The workers, bruised and weary, stood together, determined to finish what they had started. Bathsheba stepped forward, her voice rising above the whispers of doubt. "We are builders of faith. This temple will stand as a fortress for our spirit." Her words ignited a renewed fervor, and together, they returned to their work, hands once again shaping the stones with love and devotion. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting shadows that danced across the sacred ground, the temple loomed larger than life, a dream forged in unity and resilience. Bathsheba's heart soared with hope, but the echoes of their struggle lingered. The true test lay ahead. Would their creation stand the test of time, or would it become a relic of a fleeting moment in history? With every stone laid, every prayer uttered, the heart of the temple beat stronger. Bathsheba felt the pulse of her legacy intertwining with her son's vision. The walls whispered secrets of the past, of a queen who had once weathered storms and emerged unbroken. She knew that this was just the beginning, and as the sun dipped once more, she sensed that the story was far from over. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient city of Jerusalem. In the quiet of the palace, a tense silence enveloped the throne room, thick with the weight of decisions yet to be made. To an outsider, it might have seemed just another day in the life of King Solomon, the wise ruler who was said to possess a wisdom gifted by God himself. But within those walls, the air crackled with urgency, for a storm brewed just beneath the surface, an undercurrent of ambition, love, and betrayal that would shape the very fabric of his reign. Solomon, with his piercing eyes, sat silently on his magnificent throne, adorned with intricate carvings of lions and adorned with gold. His mind raced, but his heart often strayed to thoughts of Bathsheba, the woman who had once draped the vivid tapestry of his life in both color and chaos. She was more than just the queen. She was the compass that guided his moral compass, the candle that flickered against the shadows threatening to envelop his kingdom. How could a man so wise falter? It was a question that haunted him as he remembered the day he first laid eyes on her. Bathsheba, with her beauty like sunlight breaking through a stormy sky, had captivated him with a mere glance. But with her came a history steeped in sorrow and choices that would ripple through the ages. Solomon's gaze drifted to the window, where the last rays of sunlight illuminated the courtyard, reminding him of the fragility of life and the cost of desire. Even now, whispers of her past echoed in the chambers of his mind. She had been the wife of Uriah, a devoted soldier, a man who had died at Solomon's own orders, a casualty of passion turned tragic. Bathsheba's grief had been palpable, and yet, from the ashes of despair, she had risen to become his queen, a quiet yet powerful force at his side. Together, they had weathered the storms of scandal and judgment, but her influence extended far beyond the personal. It shaped the very governance of Israel. As Solomon pondered the weight of rule, he could almost hear her voice, steady and unwavering, urging caution in the face of arrogance. Wisdom, she had often said, is not merely knowing what to do but understanding the heart behind every choice. Those words had become a guiding principle for him, a reminder that leadership was not just a privilege but a responsibility that required clarity and compassion. Bathsheba's impact was woven into the very fabric of his rule, infusing his decisions with a sense of balance that was often tested by the turbulent waters of power. The kingdom thrived, but beneath the surface, cracks began to form. Solomon's wisdom, heralded throughout the lands, faced challenges not only from external enemies but also from within his own house. The rivalry among his many wives had grown fierce, and the seeds of discontent were being sown. Bathsheba stood as a pillar of strength amidst this chaos, her presence a calming balm in the storm of political intrigue. Yet, she was also a mother, fiercely protective of her son, Solomon's heir, who would one day wear the crown. The tension in the air thickened as Bathsheba entered the room, her regal grace lighting up the shadowed corners of the throne chamber. The sight of her sent a familiar warmth coursing through Solomon's veins. But today, her expression was one of concern, mirroring the turmoil that churned within the walls of their palace. "My love," she began, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "Our son's future is at stake. There are those who would seek to undermine his claim to the throne." Solomon's heart quickened. He understood the danger, the whispers that spread like wildfire among the nobles and the people. The kingdom's stability hung in the balance, and every decision could tip the scales. "I know, Bathsheba. I feel it too," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "But how do I protect what we have built? How do I ensure our legacy is one of strength, not of division?" She stepped closer, her eyes fierce yet tender, a blend of passion and maternal instinct. "You must remember that wisdom is not just about knowledge but about listening. Listen to the people. They need to feel their king understands their hearts." Her words resonated within him, igniting a fire of determination. Solomon understood that Bathsheba was not merely guiding him. She was fortifying his rule, teaching him that true leadership required humility and empathy. As night enveloped the city, the shadows lengthened, casting a pall over the grand hall. The tension escalated, and whispers of rebellion echoed ominously through the corridors. Solomon faced a choice that would define not only his reign but the very soul of Israel. He could wield power with an iron fist, but at what cost? or he could seek counsel from Bathsheba and others, embracing a path of unity that honored the wisdom they had both cherished. The stakes had never been higher, and the weight of the crown felt heavier than ever. Solomon looked into Bathsheba's eyes, and in that moment, he saw the reflection of his kingdom, vibrant and full of potential yet fraught with peril. Together, they stood at a crossroads, poised to make choices that would echo through time. The air crackled with tension as they prepared to embark on a journey that would shape their legacy, turning dreams into reality, ambitions into actions. The palace, once a sanctuary, now felt like a battleground, where love and duty collided against the backdrop of uncertainty. Bathsheba's resolve shone like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. As Solomon took a deep breath, he realized that his greatest strength lay not in his wisdom alone, but in the partnership he had forged with her. In that moment, with hearts beating as one, they stepped into the fray, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The future was unwritten, but together, they would write their own story, one of hope, resilience, and unwavering love. And as they moved forward, the shadows of doubt began to recede, giving way to a new dawn that promised not just survival, but a legacy that would endure for generations to come. In a world where power and desire intertwine, Bathsheba stands as a figure cloaked in both beauty and tragedy. The sun dips low in the sky, casting a golden glow over Jerusalem, and there she is, a vision of elegance and grace. Yet, beneath her exquisite exterior lies a life marked by choices, heartbreak, and the harsh glare of judgment. Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah the Hittite and later of King David, is more than just a name in ancient texts. She is a symbol of the complex tapestry of love, loss, and fate. Her story unfolds like a delicate flower, petals slowly revealing the vibrant colors hidden within. Bathsheba's beauty is undeniable, captivating even the most powerful of men. When David first lays eyes on her as she bathes on the rooftop, a moment of innocent allure transforms into a catalyst for chaos. The shockwaves of that encounter ripple through the chapters of history, igniting a sequence of events that will forever alter the landscape of Israel. In that single glance, Bathsheba becomes the epicenter of desire, a woman whose life will be dictated by the whims of those around her. But who is Bathsheba beyond the seductive image? The biblical texts provide glimpses into her world, yet they often leave much unsaid. The layers of her character echo the struggles of many women throughout time, caught between their own desires and those imposed upon them by society. In the shadow of King David, a figure revered for his might and charisma, Bathsheba's voice is often muffled, her agency questioned. What did she feel upon learning of Uriah's fate? Her husband sent to the front lines to die for the king's lust. The texts offer little clarity, leaving readers to grapple with the agony of her silence. Was she complicit in the manipulation of events, or was she merely a pawn in a game far larger than herself? As the days turn into nights, Bathsheba mourns her loss, her heart heavy with the weight of grief and guilt. The royal palace, once a gilded cage of promise, transforms into a landscape of shadows. The whispers of the court circulate like a chilling wind, their judgments piercing her like arrows. She becomes a symbol not only of beauty but of tragedy, and the duality of her existence resonates through the ages. Bathsheba's pain reflects the pain of countless women, whose stories are too often silenced by the thunderous applause of male authority. In her vulnerability, Bathsheba embodies resilience. She navigates the treacherous waters of court politics with a grace that belies her circumstances. As she bears the weight of her son Solomon, the potential future king of Israel, her resolve solidifies. Bathsheba is no longer just the object of desire. She becomes a mother, a protector of a legacy that will shape the course of history. The tension builds as the narrative shifts, showcasing her strength amidst the chaos that surrounds her. Her journey is one of survival, every heartbeat a testament to her will to carve out a place for herself and her children in a world fraught with danger and betrayal. The biblical portrayal of Bathsheba raises difficult questions about morality and accountability. The text suggests that her beauty was the catalyst for a series of tragic events, painting her as both victim and seductress. Yet, as the story unfolds, it becomes clear that the true complexity lies in the interplay of human desires and divine fate. Bathsheba's existence challenges the conventional narrative of good and evil, revealing the shades of gray that define humanity. Her representation is marked by a haunting duality, a reminder that even the most captivating figures are not immune to the storm of consequence. In one dramatic moment, Bathsheba stands before King David, her heart racing as she realizes the full weight of their shared history. The tension in the room is palpable, a silence thick with unspoken words. She confronts him not only as a wife but as a woman who has endured the unendurable. In this moment of raw emotion, the reader can almost feel the heat of their confrontation, the echoes of their choices reverberating through the ages. Bathsheba's eyes blaze with a fire that defies the limitations placed upon her, a powerful assertion of her identity as both a woman and a queen. Her journey is interwoven with the threads of prophecy, intertwining her fate with that of Israel. Bathsheba emerges not just as a passive figure but as an active participant in the unfolding drama of her country. In the dusty streets of Jerusalem, her story resonates with the cries of those who came before her and those who will follow. The weight of her legacy rests not only on her shoulders but also on the hearts of those who seek to understand her life. As the ink dries on the ancient scrolls, Bathsheba's spirit lingers, her presence a reminder of the complexities that define love, loss, and the human experience. With each passing moment, the reader is drawn deeper into Bathsheba's world, the emotions swirling like a tempest. The shifts between her moments of vulnerability and strength create a heartbeat of tension that propels the narrative forward. Her story does not conclude. It transforms, evolving into a dialogue that transcends time. As the pages turn, Bathsheba's representation in biblical texts becomes a mirror reflecting the struggles of women throughout history, their voices echoing in the chambers of power and desire. The struggle for agency, the fight for recognition, and the desire for love. These themes intertwine with Bathsheba's tale, creating a rich tapestry of human emotion that continues to captivate hearts and minds. The scene shifts once more, the air electric with the promise of what lies ahead. Bathsheba's journey is not finished. It is a canvas still being painted with the brushstrokes of fate. The shadows whisper secrets, and the light dances through the cracks, illuminating the path before her. And so, the tale of Bathsheba flows seamlessly into the next chapter, a story that refuses to fade into silence, inviting the reader to linger in the space between heartbreak and hope. In a time when the tapestry of life was woven with threads of faith, struggle, and resilience, the whispers of women echoed through the pages of history, resonating with strength and silent power. They were not just shadows behind their male counterparts. They were fierce warriors, wise leaders, and devoted mothers, each playing a pivotal role in shaping the destinies of nations and families. These stories, rich in emotion and history, pulse with life, each heartbeat a testament to the complex roles women held in biblical narratives. Consider Miriam, standing at the banks of the Nile, her heart racing as she watches her brother, Moses, floating in a basket, his life hanging by a thread. The river reflects the sun, gleaming like hope as she strategizes her next move. With fierce determination, she boldly steps forth, ready to defy the expectations of her time. It's a moment that sparks a fire within her, a catalyst for change that will ripple through generations. Her courage not only saves a life but also sets the stage for the liberation of an entire people. Miriam's story is woven with threads of bravery, a woman who transformed the course of history with her unwavering love and ingenuity. Then there's Deborah, a prophetess and judge, who stood tall in a world dominated by men. The weight of her decisions, heavy as the armor of the soldiers she commanded, shows the burdens of leadership. When she calls upon Barak, urging him to rise against the oppressors, the air thickens with tension. "Go, for the Lord has given you victory," she declares, her voice unwavering. It's a moment of undeniable power. A woman leading an army, defying societal norms, and igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of her people. Her story unfolds with every battle cry, reflecting the strength and wisdom women can embody when the stakes are high. Across the vast expanse of ancient lands, Another story plays out: Ruth, the Moabite widow, who clings to her mother-in-law with a fierce loyalty that transcends bloodlines. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay," she promises, her words dripping with devotion. In her loyalty, we find a profound lesson of love and commitment, a bond that crosses cultural boundaries. The fields of Bethlehem become her sanctuary, where she not only gathers grain but also weaves her own fate, finding love and acceptance in unexpected places. Ruth embodies resilience, proving that strength can arise from vulnerability. And then, there's the haunting tale of Bathsheba, a woman caught in a web of desire and power. Her story is marked by tragedy and betrayal. One fateful glance from King David changes everything, a moment that spirals into a sequence of events leading to heartache and loss. Yet, Bathsheba's journey does not end in despair. She rises from the ashes of her past, becoming the mother of Solomon, the wisest king to ever reign. Her transformation is a powerful reminder that, even in the darkest times, women possess the ability to reclaim their narratives and shape legacies. These stories, filled with passion and complexity, highlight the multifaceted roles women played in biblical narratives. They were not mere footnotes. They were the backbone of their communities, the nurturers of faith, and the architects of future generations. Each woman's tale is a thread in the rich tapestry of history, illustrating a profound truth. They were the unsung heroines, moving mountains and raising voices in a world that often sought to silence them. Their emotional journeys culminate in moments of heart-stopping intensity. Think of Hagar, cast into the wilderness, her heart heavy with the weight of rejection. Alone under the vast desert sky, she encounters an angel, a divine messenger who sees her suffering. "Hagar, where have you come from, and where are you going?" The question echoes, and in that instant, her worth is affirmed. She becomes the mother of nations, the progenitor of the line that leads to the great prophets of Islam. Her pain transforms into a story of strength, a legacy that stretches beyond her own life, touching countless others. As the pages turn, the stories intertwine, creating a rich narrative where women emerge as symbols of hope and resilience. Think of Esther, the queen who risks it all to save her people, her courage a beacon in the darkest of times. When she stands before the king, the weight of her choice hangs heavily in the air, and the fate of her entire nation rests on her shoulders. With a heart full of love and determination, she confronts danger head-on, reminding us that sometimes it takes a woman's courage to change the course of history. These narratives pulse with a rhythm that pulls the reader in moments of quiet reflection interspersed with explosive action, each story echoing the timeless struggles and triumphs of women who dared to defy limitations. They remind us that the voices of women in these ancient texts are not just relics of the past. They resonate deeply in today's world, where the fight for equality and recognition continues. In the sweeping saga of biblical narratives, women carve their names into the annals of history. Each story a vivid reminder that they are not forgotten, that their contributions are monumental and enduring. Their lives intersect with divine purpose, weaving the sacred with the everyday, creating a legacy that transcends time and speaks to the hearts of all who dare to listen. As the stories unfold, the tension remains palpable, threading through the moments of triumph and sorrow, binding them together in an ever-evolving narrative of hope and resilience. The air was thick with anticipation as the congregation filled the modest stone church. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns across the faces of those gathered. They came seeking answers, hoping for solace, yearning for a glimpse of the divine amidst their struggles. Outside, the world spun with chaos, but inside, a quiet tension hung in the air, one that hinted at something profound just beneath the surface. A whisper of longing, a hint of despair. Every heart felt it, though they couldn't quite articulate the void inside them. This was the essence of humanity, each individual wrestling with the shadow of sin that loomed like a dark cloud. The preacher, a man with eyes that sparkled with fervor and a heart that beat with compassion, stepped onto the pulpit. His voice, rich and warm, enveloped the room. He spoke not only of sin in the abstract but painted vivid images of its reality. how it gnaws at the soul, leaving a bitter taste of regret. "We are all flawed," he declared. "Each of us carries a weight, a burden that sometimes feels unbearable." In the pews, emotions swelled. A mother wiped away tears as she thought of her son, caught in the grip of addiction. An elderly man clenched his fists, haunted by the mistakes of his youth. The preacher's words wrapped around them, echoing the age-old struggle of humanity. Sin, this was not just a theological concept, but a living, breathing reality that touched every life. It was a thief that crept in, stealing joy, hope, and love. As he spoke of redemption, a flicker of light ignited in the eyes of the weary. "Redemption is not merely a distant promise," he said, his voice rising like a crescendo, "but a present reality. It is the embrace of forgiveness, the healing balm for our wounded hearts." The tales from history emerged like old friends, stories of saints and sinners, prodigals and the lost, each revealing the transformative power of grace. The room felt electric, charged with the possibility that change was not only desired but attainable. The preacher recounted the story of Mary Magdalene, whose life had been a tapestry of sorrow and shame. Cast aside by society, she encountered love in the most unexpected place. Jesus, the embodiment of forgiveness, saw her, not as the world defined her, but as she truly was, a beloved daughter of God. The crowd held their breath, caught in the beauty of her story. This was not just ancient history. It was a reflection of their own lives, a reminder that no one is beyond the reach of grace. He moved to the tale of Peter, who, in a moment of weakness, denied knowing Jesus 3 times. Imagine the weight of that betrayal, the crushing guilt that must have consumed him. Yet, after the resurrection, it was Peter whom Jesus restored, calling him to lead and nourish the flock. The preacher's voice softened, and the congregation leaned in, enraptured. In our lowest moments, when we feel we have fallen too far, hear this: your failures do not define you. Redemption is the hand stretched out to lift you from the depths. A collective shiver ran through the room as the preacher painted the scene of the crucifixion. The sky darkened, the earth trembled, and the air filled with the cries of despair. Yet in that moment of utter hopelessness, something miraculous unfolded. The ultimate act of love, selflessness embodied, was born from unimaginable pain. The blood that flowed was not just a sacrifice. It was the lifeblood of hope spilling over the edges of despair, pouring out for every sinner who had ever walked the earth. The weight of sin, heavy as it was, could never extinguish the light of redemption that pierced through the darkness. As the preacher spoke, the stories intertwined, forming a tapestry of human experience. He shared the historical accounts of the early church, how believers gathered in secret, their faith igniting a revolution against oppression. They became living testimonies of redemption, joyfully proclaiming their transformed lives despite the looming threat of persecution. Their courage resonated through the ages, echoing in the hearts of the faithful today. And then there was Augustine, a man who once lived for pleasure, lost in a world of excess. His struggle with sin was raw and real, and through his journey, he discovered a God who pursued him relentlessly. In the depths of his despair, he cried out for truth, and it was in that moment of vulnerability that he found redemption, an invitation to a new life. The congregation could feel his passion, his longing, as if his words reached through the centuries, resonating with their own battles. With each story, the preacher wove a thread of hope, stitching together the past with the present. The rhythm of his words built a crescendo, each tale leading into another, each testimony echoing the possibility of transformation. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. What if redemption was not just a concept, but a reality waiting to be embraced? He called upon the essence of community, urging everyone to seek support from one another. The church was not merely a building but a sanctuary, a place of refuge where brokenness could be met with understanding and love. "We are not alone in our struggles," he reminded them, his voice softening, almost intimate. "Together, we can share our burdens. Together, we can celebrate our victories." As the service drew to a close, an electric anticipation filled the air. The congregation felt it, a stirring deep within, a recognition that something extraordinary was transpiring. Each heart, touched by stories of sin and redemption, was left with the lingering question of how to take the next step. The weight of their struggles was still present, but so was the promise of hope. A hush fell over the room as the preacher extended an invitation, not just to those seeking formal redemption, but to anyone yearning for connection, for healing, for a glimpse of grace. The light filtering through the stained glass seemed to dance, illuminating the path forward. With every word, he painted a picture of what could be. A community forged in compassion and united by shared struggles. Outside, the world continued to rage, but inside, hope blossomed amidst the shadows. The stories of sin and redemption intertwined like the threads of fate, each one adding depth to the rich tapestry of faith. The congregation was no longer just a collection of individuals. They were a family, bound together by the profound understanding that they were all part of an unfolding story, a story that was far from finished. Bathsheba stood on her balcony, the moonlight draping over her like a silken veil. She gazed out at the sprawling city of Jerusalem, a mosaic of shadows and flickering lights that whispered secrets of power and betrayal. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy that crackled like static. She felt it in her bones, the weight of her beauty and the burden of her existence. In this moment, Bathsheba was both a queen and a pawn, caught in a game that men played, their desires cloaked in the guise of duty. She had heard the murmurs, the whispers of the court, the gossip that followed her like a shadow. Her beauty was both a gift and a curse, admired by many yet deemed dangerous. Can a woman ever truly own her beauty, or is it always a tool for someone else's ambition? As the moon hung high, she recalled the first time their eyes met. King David, with his charisma and power, had captured her gaze, but it was in that moment she realized it wasn't just his charm that ensnared her. It was the weight of expectation. She was not merely Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam. She was Bathsheba, wife of Uriah. But in the eyes of the king, she was an object of desire, a trophy to possess. The tension of her story lies not just in the choices she made, but in the choices thrust upon her by a society that dictated her worth. Feminist interpretations of Bathsheba's tale shine a light on the complex interplay of agency and victimhood. Was she a seductress, or was she a victim of a man's lust? Was she a willing participant, or was she caught in a web of power dynamics that left her with no choice but to comply? Every brush with scandal painted her in shades of guilt. Bathsheba's narrative is often reduced to a single sin, a seductive moment that led to catastrophic consequences. But beneath that surface lies a woman navigating a treacherous landscape, where her body is both her power and her prison. Each glance from David was a double-edged sword. One moment she felt alive, the next she felt hunted. In the depths of her solitude, the echoes of her heartache rang loud. When the king summoned her, she stood at the threshold of his chambers, a mixture of fear and curiosity swirling within her. She was aware of the implications of her choice. She felt the weight of history pressing down on her shoulders. Was she to be the heroine or the villain in this twisted tale? And yet, what choice did she truly have? Bathsheba's story forces us to confront the raw reality of female agency, or the lack thereof. She was thrust into a situation that spiraled beyond her control. A woman navigating a male-dominated world where her voice was muffled and her desires often overlooked. Feminist interpretations challenge the narrative that labels her as simply a seductress, peeling back layers of societal expectation and the consequences that came with them. As the events unfolded, Bathsheba became the unwilling player in David's game of power. Their affair, cloaked in secrecy, bore consequences that rippled through their lives and the kingdom. The death of Uriah, her loyal husband, was not just a tragic turn. It was a manifestation of the ruthless patriarchal structure that saw her as collateral damage in a king's ambition. The heartache of her loss, juxtaposed with the burden of her role in it, hung heavily in the air. Grief transformed her, leaving her vulnerable yet defiant. In her solitude, Bathsheba longed for acknowledgement, not just of her beauty but of her intellect, her spirit, her very essence. She craved to be seen as a whole person, not just an object in a man's story. She was a mother, a daughter, a woman with dreams and aspirations, but those were often silenced by the overpowering narrative crafted around her. The feminist lens reveals the profound sadness of her existence. Bathsheba's yearning for agency is palpable, echoing through the ages. How many women have found themselves in situations where their voices were stifled, their choices reduced to mere footnotes in the tales written by others? Her story resonates with countless women who have faced similar struggles, trapped in a world that often views them through a limited lens of perception. As the whispers of the court grew louder, Bathsheba's strength began to surface. She became more than just a queen. She was a survivor, grappling with the enormity of her circumstances while seeking to reclaim her identity. The challenges she faced were monumental, yet she found ways to carve out a space for herself in a world that sought to diminish her. The tapestry of her life weaves together threads of pain and resilience, showcasing the strength of a woman who refused to be merely a victim. Bathsheba's story is a poignant reminder of the complexities of femininity, the struggle for identity amidst overwhelming forces that try to define it. Each moment of her life, each heartbeat, resonates with the struggles of women throughout history. With each passing day, the weight of her story only grew heavier. Bathsheba was not merely a figure in history. She was a symbol of defiance against a world that sought to silence her. Her heart ached for recognition, for a voice that echoed beyond the confines of the royal court. She wanted to be more than just a reflection of a man's desires. She wanted to stand as a powerful figure in her own right. In the shadows of her story, the seeds of transformation were planted. Bathsheba's legacy would not be one of mere seduction but of resilience, a testament to the strength that women possess even when faced with insurmountable odds. The emotional tug-of-war within her echoed the struggles that so many women faced in similar circumstances, creating a bridge across time and space, binding them together in shared experiences of pain and survival. The night air grew heavier, as though the world itself held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Bathsheba, stepping beyond the confines of expectation, prepared to reclaim her story, to write her own narrative in a world that had long written it for her. The tension hung in the air, electric and alive, as her journey twisted and turned into the next chapter, waiting to unfold with a depth that promised to be both heart-wrenching and empowering. Bathsheba stood on the balcony of her palace, the warm breeze playing with her hair, carrying the scent of jasmine from the gardens below. She gazed out at the city of Jerusalem, her heart heavy with thoughts that had become as familiar to her as the pulse in her veins. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in tones of orange and purple, a backdrop to her turmoil. She was queen, yet she felt like a mere shadow, an echo of someone she once knew, lost in the shadows of power and desire. Bathsheba, a voice called from behind her, breaking her reverie. It was Nathan, the prophet, his presence commanding yet gentle. He sensed the weight on her heart, the burden of choices made, paths taken. "You are wanted," he said softly, knowing the tumult that brewed beneath her composed exterior. "The people are restless. They want a king who will lead them to glory," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But what of the hearts that bleed in the shadows of that glory?" Bathsheba turned to face him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. How could she explain the turmoil inside? She was both revered and reviled. A queen by birthright, yet reduced to a pawn in the grand game of power. Nathan stepped closer, the flickering torchlight casting shadows on his weathered face. "You have a voice, Bathsheba. Use it." Those words haunted her, echoing in her mind even as she retreated from him, back to her solitude. What voice? What power did she possess? She had once been a woman of dreams, a beautiful daughter of Eliam, a woman loved by a soldier, Uriah, who had fought valiantly for his king. That love had been her anchor, but it had all been twisted into a nightmare when she caught the eye of David, the king himself. How could passion turn to betrayal so quickly? As she recalled the moment of their first meeting, she felt a rush of exhilaration. David had been handsome and charming, a warrior with a heart that seemed capable of great love. Underneath the moonlight, His gaze had ignited something within her, a wild yearning. But that spark had ignited a fire that consumed so many, including the man who had once held her heart. Uriah's fate had been sealed in an instant, a letter carried by his own hand to the front lines. Bathsheba shuddered, imagining that day, the moment she had learned of his death. The pain had cut through her like an icy blade, twisting her insides. She had mourned, but as queen, she had been expected to move on, to embrace her new role, to bear children for the man who had taken it all from her. "Do you not see?" Nathan's voice brought her back to the present. "Your story is not just a tale of love and loss. It is a testament to the strength of the human spirit." She wanted to scream, to shake the walls of her palace. What strength was there when she felt so caught in the web of desire and power? The whispers of the court were like daggers, cutting into her soul. Was she a seductress or a victim? A queen or a widow? The labels haunted her. She was a woman trapped in the expectations of a world that cared little for her heart. Yet, within her stirred a flicker of defiance. She had not survived the depths of pain only to be silenced. Bathsheba paced the balcony, the cool stone beneath her feet grounding her. "If I have a voice, let it be known. I will not be forgotten, nor will my pain be dismissed as a mere footnote in the legacy of kings," she muttered, the fire in her heart igniting with each syllable. The moon rose higher, casting silver light across the darkening city. She thought of the women of Jerusalem, the ones who watched as history was written around them, their stories often lost in the annals of time. Were they not worthy of a voice? Were they not deserving of a place in the tapestry of their own lives? Bathsheba could feel the spirit of those women swelling within her, urging her to speak, to stand, to fight against the tide that sought to erase their existence. "Speak, my queen," Nathan urged, sensing the shift in her energy. "Let the world hear your truth." Her heart raced as she considered the weight of his words. What if she did speak? What if she dared to share her story, not just as the object of desire, but as a woman with dreams, fears, and a fierce determination to reclaim her narrative? She took a deep breath, feeling the power of her breath fill her lungs, the very essence of life coursing through her veins. Bathsheba turned to Nathan, her eyes blazing with a newfound resolve. "I will not be a story told through the lens of a king's desires. I will be the voice that echoes through time, a reminder that every woman who has felt unseen deserves to be heard." With each word, the chains that had bound her heart began to shatter. She knew now that the love she had for Uriah, the passion she had felt for David, and the sorrow of her losses would become the foundation upon which she would build her voice. The emotions, raw and fierce, surged within her like a tide demanding to break free. As the night deepened, the first stirrings of a revolution began to blossom in her heart. She could almost hear the whispers of the women who had come before her, the generations of voices blending into a symphony of strength. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could weave their stories into her own, creating a tapestry that would not only honor their struggles but would also challenge the very fabric of a patriarchal world. The stars twinkled above like 1,000 eyes watching, waiting for her to make her stand. Bathsheba felt a sense of clarity washing over her, a realization that her story was not over. It was merely beginning to unfold. The throne may belong to a king, but the heart of a woman is a kingdom of its own, one that has the power to reshape the world. And as she stood there, the moonlight illuminating her fierce spirit, Bathsheba knew she was ready to reclaim her voice. For in the fabric of her pain lay the threads of resilience, and with them, she would sow a new narrative, one that would echo through the ages, unyielding and eternal, just like the very essence of womanhood itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced upon the surface of the water. In Jerusalem, the rooftops formed a patchwork of stone and clay, but it was the shimmering water that captured attention, drawing eyes with its allure. Bathsheba, a woman of beauty and grace, stood at the edge of a pool, her heart caught in a whirlwind of emotion. Water, with its flowing essence, was a constant in her life, a silent witness to her joys and sorrows, a backdrop to the intricate play of fate that surrounded her. As Bathsheba stepped into the cool embrace of the water, the sensation sent shivers up her spine. The liquid enveloped her, washing away the dust of the day, yet it brought with it a tide of memories. It whispered secrets of connection and separation, purity and shame. The act of bathing, so simple yet so profound, became a ritual, a moment of vulnerability where she could shed not just the grime of the day, but also the weight of expectations placed upon her by society and by the men who surrounded her. In the ancient world, water was sacred, symbolized life, renewal, and the divine. Bathsheba, standing in her bath, was not merely cleansing her skin. She was engaging in an age-old tradition, one that connected her to the women before her, to the mothers and daughters who had come to this very spot to wash away their burdens. The water mingled with her tears, perhaps a manifestation of the tumultuous events that lay ahead. The warmth of the sun contrasted with the chill of the water, creating a tension that mirrored her inner conflict. Would she remain a mere reflection in the ripples of life, or would she take control of her destiny? The day when David, the king, first laid eyes on her marked a turning point. It was a day when the air shimmered with possibilities, yet danger lurked in the shadows. He saw her from his palace, her beauty illuminated by the sun's rays that flickered like golden coins across the water. In that moment, the king was not simply a ruler, but a man consumed by desire, blinded by his longing. The water that had so often served as a sanctuary for Bathsheba transformed into a mirror reflecting the choices that would soon follow, choices that would entangle her in a web of intrigue and heartbreak. Bathsheba's bathing was more than a personal ritual. It became a symbol of her entrapment in a world governed by the whims of powerful men. The bath, once a sanctuary, morphed into a stage where her life played out in tragic hues. Each ripple in the water echoed her tumult, joy mingling with sorrow, love with betrayal. The sensation of water cascading over her skin was a constant reminder of her vulnerability, the fragility of her existence in a patriarchal society where her worth was often measured by her beauty alone. As she poured water over her arms, she felt the weight of the kingdom on her shoulders, the expectations of a queen tethered to her very being. The water, usually a source of cleansing, became a mirror reflecting the duality of her life, one of purity and innocence, tainted by the impending chaos. With every splash, Bathsheba's heart raced, caught between desire and duty. She was aware that her beauty could either elevate her or lead her to ruin. The water became a symbol of her choices, each droplet a moment in time that she couldn't reclaim. Days turned into weeks, and whispers filled the air like the crisp scent of rain. The kingdom buzzed with rumors of Bathsheba's encounter with David, the king who had succumbed to temptation. Those whispers were electric, crackling with energy that ignited the tension between them. In the depths of her bath, she often pondered the nature of love and power. Was she merely an object of desire, a beautiful face in the king's eyes, or did she possess a strength that could reshape her destiny? Even as the water soothed her skin, it couldn't wash away the reality of what lay ahead. There was a storm brewing, ominous clouds gathering on the horizon. Her heart ached with a mixture of longing and dread. The very act of bathing became a desperate need to seek clarity amidst the tumult. With every splash, with every breath, she sought solace, an escape from the knowledge that her life was about to spiral into chaos. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and she felt a presence behind her. A man, cloaked in shadows yet radiating authority. David had come, eyes aflame with intent. The water, once a gentle companion, now felt like a barrier between them, a fragile line between right and wrong. The air crackled with tension as he stepped closer, and the water splashed around them, creating a tempest of emotions that could no longer be contained. Bathsheba's heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of desire and fear. She was no longer just a woman bathing. She was a queen standing at the precipice of destiny. In that moment, the water transformed yet again, becoming a symbol of the choices they would make together. Would they sink beneath the weight of their actions, or could they rise above the currents that sought to drag them down? The glistening surface reflected not just their physical forms but their souls, intertwined through the bond of their fateful encounter. As Bathsheba gazed into the depths of the water, She knew that the tides of fate were shifting, that the currents would lead her to shores unknown. There was no turning back. The choices made in the bath would echo through history, heralding a new chapter in her life. A chapter where water, once a cleansing force, transformed into a turbulent sea of consequence. The stage was set, the players in place, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the water in hues of crimson and gold, Bathsheba stood poised at the edge of her destiny, ready to face the storms ahead. In the opulent halls of ancient Jerusalem, whispers of power floated like dust motes in the golden light. Bathsheba stood on the balcony of her palace, the breeze tugging at her silken garments as she gazed out at the city below. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, a prelude to the drama that unfolded daily in the life of a queen. She knew her beauty was both a blessing and a curse, a weapon sharpened by the hands of fate. As she watched the soldiers march, their armor gleaming, a shiver of tension brewed within her. In the world of kings and warriors, Bathsheba's power was seldom acknowledged. Her influence was often hidden behind the shadow of her husband, King David, the man whose very name would echo through time as a warrior and ruler. Yet, the stories of Bathsheba were rich with silent strength, a narrative woven with threads of desire, ambition, and tragedy. Her life was a tapestry of contradictions. She was both a seductress and a survivor, a queen and a victim of circumstance. The air was thick with the sweet scent of blooming myrtle, but beneath its beauty lay the heavy weight of expectation. Bathsheba had caught the eye of David while bathing, an act both innocent and provocative. The moment was charged with a raw energy, each heartbeat echoing the impending choices that would ripple through history. She had no choice in being seen, in being desired, and yet, the glimmer of ambition danced in her eyes. She understood the game of power better than most. Even from the depths of her vulnerability, she could seize control in ways that would haunt the very corridors of the palace. The story that unfolded was not merely one of seduction but of survival. Bathsheba's rise to prominence was marked by the tragic death of her first husband, Uriah, a soldier loyal to David. The act that set the stage for her ascent was drenched in blood, a stark reminder of the brutal world in which she lived. It was not love but necessity that had driven her to David's bed. With Uriah dead, a casualty of David's desperate attempt to cover his tracks, Bathsheba had emerged from the ashes, a widow cloaked in the guise of a queen. Yet, she was not merely a pawn in a king's game. Bathsheba's strength lay in her intelligence and resilience. With the birth of her son Solomon, she was no longer just Bathsheba, the beautiful woman. She became Bathsheba, the mother, the strategist. As whispers of her beauty faded, her son's destiny took shape, as if the very essence of her ambitions flowed through him. The power she wielded now was different, subtle yet profound. She maneuvered through the male-dominated court with a deftness that few could see. It was during the quiet moments, when David was lost in the throes of his own power struggles, that Bathsheba plotted her course. She knew her husband's weaknesses, the way he longed for validation, the way fear danced behind his eyes whenever he faced his own failures. In the chambers filled with silks and gold, she whispered words of encouragement, her voice a gentle current flowing through the tumultuous river of his reign. Each time she asserted herself, she shifted the tides of power, and though she remained behind the curtain, her presence was felt deeply. As years passed, shadows loomed over their kingdom. A rebellion brewed, and Bathsheba understood that to ensure her son's future, she must summon the courage to step into the light. One night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvety sky, she approached David. The tension crackled in the air, the weight of her intentions heavy in her heart. "My lord," she began, her voice steady despite the storm raging within her. "The time has come for Solomon to be recognized as your heir." David looked up, surprise flaring in his eyes, but Bathsheba held his gaze, her resolve unwavering. In that moment, she was not just a queen. She was a force to be reckoned with. The court had always seen her as a woman of beauty, but tonight, she stood as a pillar of strength. The flames of ambition flickered in her chest, threatening to engulf her, and for the first time, she felt the full weight of her power. The tension in the room was palpable. David's expression shifted, uncertainty threading through the lines of his face. Bathsheba felt the pulse of history around her, the weight of generations hanging in the balance. Her heart raced, each beat resonating with the fierce desire to see her son ascend the throne, to have their lineage etched into the annals of history. In that moment, she realized that power was not just about titles or armies. It was about the influence she wielded in the quiet spaces, in the moments when the world turned its back. She was a woman defined by both her choices and the circumstances of her life, an embodiment of resilience. The palace walls seemed to close in, echoing with the history of countless women whose stories had been lost in the tides of time. Bathsheba felt their spirits around her, urging her to embrace her rightful place in the narrative. The tension surged, and as David's eyes softened, she knew she had sparked a change. The future stretched before her, uncertain yet illuminated by the flames of hope. And just as the embers of their conversation began to cool, a new threat emerged, a rival, a claim to the throne that would test Bathsheba's resolve once more. The rhythm of her life quickened, an adrenaline-fueled dance that would lead her deeper into the maelstrom of power and politics. The story that began with a single glance from a balcony now spiraled into a whirlwind of ambition, betrayal, and the fierce determination of a woman who would stop at nothing to cement her legacy. The tension hung in the air, a heavy curtain waiting to be drawn back, revealing the next chapter of her story, a tale that would continue to weave through the hearts of those who dared to listen. Bathsheba, the queen, the mother, the strategist, stood on the precipice of a new dawn, her destiny intertwined with the fate of a kingdom, and the world would hold its breath as the saga unfolded. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced across the walls as a flickering oil lamp cast a warm glow on the faces of those gathered. A hush fell over the crowd as Nathan, the prophet, stood before King David, his voice steady yet heavy with the weight of truth. Words hung in the air like the ominous clouds before a storm, potent and foreboding. "You are the man," he declared, piercing through the silence. In that moment, the course of history shifted, and the legacy of David and Bathsheba began to unfold, entwined in a complex web of passion, betrayal, and divine purpose. David, once the shepherd boy who became a king, was a man whose heart throbbed with ambition and desire. His eyes, fierce and alive, had not only captured kingdoms but also the heart of Bathsheba, the beautiful wife of Uriah. Their love, born of longing and secret rendezvous, ignited a fierce fire that would burn through generations. Yet, like all powerful flames, it came with a price. The echoes of their choices would ripple through time, shaping the fate of a lineage destined to impact the world. Bathsheba, caught in the whirlwind of her own emotions, felt the weight of her decisions. Beneath her royal exterior lay a woman burdened with guilt and fear. She had loved deeply but had also lost everything. The death of Uriah, the loyal soldier, was not merely a consequence of David's lust but a tragic twist of fate that would haunt them both. As she sat alone in her chamber, her heart ached, torn between love for the man who had taken her and the memory of the husband who had died for their secret. Days turned to months, and as Bathsheba's belly grew round with child, the air thickened with tension. David, in a desperate attempt to shield his dark deeds, arranged the death of Uriah, a plan so sinister it sent shivers down the spine of the kingdom. How easily the king had manipulated the lives of those around him, blinded by desire and power. And yet, even in his darkest hour, the whisper of redemption lingered. Nathan's words, although harsh, opened a door for repentance, an opportunity for David to confront his failings and seek forgiveness. But the consequences of their actions were not confined to the throne room. A child was born, a fragile life cradled in the hands of two people whose love had forged a tumultuous path. That child, Solomon, was destined to inherit a legacy stained with both love and loss. Bathsheba, once a pawn in a game of politics and power, now stood as a pivotal figure in this unfolding drama, her influence shaping the very character of the future king. She poured her wisdom into Solomon, teaching him the ways of justice and mercy, all the while grappling with the shadows of his father's mistakes. As Solomon grew, the tensions within the palace simmered. Whispers of dissent and rivalry stirred among David's other sons, each vying for the throne. The kingdom was a cauldron of ambition, where loyalty was thin and betrayal simmered just beneath the surface. Bathsheba, aware of the dangers that lurked, found herself navigating a treacherous political landscape. With each step, she felt the weight of her past pressing down, a constant reminder of the sins that had brought her to this moment. One fateful day, as David lay on his deathbed, the air was charged with unspoken tensions. Bathsheba entered the chamber, her heart racing. She had fought for her son's place in the line of succession. Solomon, with his gentle demeanor yet fierce intellect, was not just a king by birthright. He was a beacon of hope. She recalled the prophecy, a promise that had been whispered through the ages. A king would arise from David's line, a ruler whose wisdom would echo through time. Now, it was her duty to ensure that promise was fulfilled. The moment was fragile. David's eyes fluttered open, and in the dim light, he saw the resolve etched on Bathsheba's face. "My lord," she began, her voice trembling yet steady. "Your promise must be kept. Solomon is the rightful king." The tension in the room thickened as David, battling the remnants of his own legacy, nodded slowly. With that simple gesture, a new chapter was penned, one that would echo through history, binding the legacy of David and Bathsheba to an eternal lineage. But the road ahead was fraught with challenges. As Solomon ascended the throne, he faced the restless spirits of his half-brothers, each one a reminder of the chaos that had preceded him. The palace, filled with opulence and splendor, was also a battleground, where loyalty and betrayal danced a delicate waltz. Bathsheba, now the queen mother, wielded her influence, her heart divided between pride for her son and fear for the legacy they had forged. The weight of history pressed upon her shoulders. Every decision Solomon made, every decree he issued, reverberated not only through the kingdom but also through the annals of time. Would he rise to greatness, or would the shadows of his father's sins consume him? Bathsheba watched, her heart a tumult of hope and dread, as the throne of Israel trembled with the promise of greatness and the threat of ruin. The legacy of David and Bathsheba was far from simple. It told of love that transcended time, of a bond forged not just through passion, but through pain and redemption. Each life intertwined, each decision a thread in the tapestry of history, spun with the complexities of human emotion. As the sun set over the hills of Jerusalem, casting long shadows through the palace windows, the stories of those who came before echoed faintly in the air, whispering promises of a future yet to unfold. In that moment, a new narrative began to take shape, woven into the fabric of the legacy they had built together. The winds of change stirred, and the pages of history turned, beckoning forward the next chapter of their intertwined destinies. The story would not end here, for what they had created was destined to resonate through countless generations. A saga of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of purpose. The weight of their choices hung in the air, a tantalizing promise of what was to come, as the chapters of their lives continued to unfurl endlessly, with each heartbeat echoing the timeless tale of David and Bathsheba. In the dim light of an ancient study, the flickering candles cast shadows that danced like whispers of a long-forgotten past. The air was thick with a blend of incense and age-old parchment, each scent weaving tales of wisdom and sorrow. Here, the debates of the great sages echoed through the ages, their voices weaving complex layers of meaning around the figure of Bathsheba, a woman whose life was steeped in both tragedy and power. Bathsheba, the wife of King David, stood as more than just a figure of beauty. She symbolized the intricate web of human emotions and divine will. The rabbis, steeped in their traditions, viewed her through a lens tinted by both reverence and suspicion. Was she a victim of circumstance, or a woman who wielded her own fate? In the rabbinic imagination, these questions spiraled into a tempest of interpretations, each one more passionate than the last. One sage, with eyes gleaming with fervor, proclaimed Bathsheba as the embodiment of the ethical dilemma. She was caught in a storm that raged between loyalty to her husband Uriah, and her undeniable attraction to David. The room buzzed with tension as the scholars debated her intentions. Was she seduced, or did she play a role in her destiny? The conflicting views created an electric atmosphere, each voice rising and falling like the waves of a turbulent sea. Another rabbi stood, his voice trembling with conviction. He painted Bathsheba as a woman who, despite her trials, demonstrated strength and resilience. In his eyes, her decision to approach King David after Uriah's death was not mere opportunism. It was an act of survival. The audience leaned in, captivated by the transformation of Bathsheba from a mere pawn into a queen who navigated the treacherous waters of political intrigue. With every word, the room pulsated with emotion, and the shadows danced more wildly as if to echo the turmoil of Bathsheba's life. Yet, amid the reverence, the specter of shame loomed large. Bathsheba was often seen as a symbol of moral ambiguity. The rabbinic texts hinted at her role in the tragic death of Uriah, stirring a mixture of sorrow and disdain. They whispered of her beauty, describing it as both a blessing and a curse. Beauty that compelled a king to act, but also one that ensnared her in a web of sin. The voices grew hushed, as if the very walls of the study were holding their breath in anticipation of the next revelation. A younger scholar, feeling the weight of history upon his shoulders, argued fiercely that Bathsheba was a woman of tremendous wisdom. He pointed to the moment when she guided her son Solomon to the throne, ensuring the continuation of David's lineage. This twist of fate was not just a story of a mother. It was a profound commentary on the power a woman could wield. The air crackled with excitement as the realization spread like wildfire. Bathsheba was not simply a backdrop in the drama of male ambition. She was a key player, shaping the destinies of kings. The discussions bore the marks of the tumultuous times in which these interpretations took root. Each rabbi brought their own experiences, their own struggles and cultural norms into the fray. They transformed Bathsheba into a mirror reflecting their deepest fears and desires. In one moment, she was a tragic heroine, and in another, a cautionary tale. The audience could feel the emotional weight of every perspective, each interpretation adding a new layer to her already complex identity. As the night deepened, tales of Bathsheba resonated within the hearts of the scholars, igniting passions that refused to die down. The tension in the room swelled as they debated one of the most poignant interpretations, that of Bathsheba as a figure representing the struggle between human will and divine decree. Could she be both a victim of her circumstances and the architect of her fate? This duality sent chills through the assembly, leaving them grappling with the implications of her choices and the cascading consequences that followed. With each new angle explored, Bathsheba transformed from merely a character in a biblical narrative into a symbol of the eternal human experience. Love, betrayal, redemption. The room pulsed with the energy of their discussions, and the weight of history seemed to hang in the air. They spoke of her tears, her joys, and her quiet strength, creating a tapestry of sorrow and hope that transcended the ages. Just as the discussion reached a crescendo, a wise elder offered a final thought that silenced the room. He spoke of Bathsheba's legacy, not just as the mother of Solomon, but as a woman whose story had echoed through the ages, inspiring generations to grapple with the complexities of morality and power. It was this recognition that sent shockwaves through the scholars. They realized that Bathsheba was not just a figure of the past. She was a reflection of their own struggles, their own desires for agency in a world filled with challenges. As the candles flickered with the last breath of light, the scholars knew they were not simply interpreting the past. They were engaging with the very fabric of human existence. The conversations continued, weaving in and out of interpretations like a dance, leaving Bathsheba's story open-ended, each scholar contributing a thread that would solidify her place in the annals of history. The night was far from over, and the echoes of Bathsheba's life would linger, intertwining with the stories yet to be told, driving the discourse forward, forever unresolved, forever compelling. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient room, a figure sits cloaked in shadow, the weight of a crown pressing heavily upon her brow. Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam and wife of Uriah, embodies a story that has echoed through the corridors of time, her presence igniting debates and reflections that ripple across the ages. The air thickens with tension as her eyes glance out over the moonlit city of Jerusalem, a city filled with secrets, whispers, and the haunting specters of choices yet made. How did this woman, caught in a web of love, lust, betrayal, and tragedy, weave herself into the very fabric of Christian theology? As the tales of her life unfold, Bathsheba becomes a mirror reflecting the complexities of human nature. In the initial strokes of her narrative, she is a figure of beauty and grace, drawing the eye of King David as he gazes out from his rooftop. The moment is electric, charged with the thrill of desire and danger. Yet, this glance sets off a chain reaction, one that propels Bathsheba into the annals of history as a pivotal character in a drama that transcends time. Scholars over the centuries have debated her role with fervor. Was she a seductress, or simply a victim of circumstance? The Church Fathers, in their interpretive zeal, painted her in colors that ranged from villainous to virtuous. Augustine, in his Confessions, emphasized the sin of David, seeing Bathsheba primarily as an object of his desire, a pawn in a king's game. Yet in the shadows of this view lies a profound question. What does it mean to be the subject of someone else's desires? Bathsheba embodies the struggle of women throughout history, wrestling with their agency against the backdrop of powerful men. The tension in her story escalates when David, consumed by lust, brings Uriah home from battle, attempting to cover his tracks. Bathsheba's heart pounds not just with fear for her husband, but with a weighty realization of the manipulation surrounding her. The night is thick with unspoken words as she stands divided between loyalty and survival. Did she feel the pulse of her own power in those moments, or was she merely swept along by the tides of fate? This ambiguity has compelled theologians and artists alike to grapple with her story, fueling interpretations that range from tragic to redemptive. Medieval interpretations took on a life of their own, casting Bathsheba as a symbol of sin and repentance. Theologians like Thomas Aquinas suggested that her beauty was a test of David's character, positioning Bathsheba not merely as a player, but as an agent of divine will. The narrative shifts, her struggles and suffering becoming emblematic of humanity's fragility. Artists captured her essence on canvas, each brushstroke echoing her pain, her resilience, her sorrow. One could almost hear the lamentation woven into the fabric of paintings, the silence of her suffering screaming through the canvas, inviting viewers into her world. The Reformation brought a renewed focus on individual faith and personal relationships with God. Bathsheba's story was recast once more, not just as a tale of sin, but as a narrative of redemption and grace. Martin Luther's reflections emphasized God's mercy, suggesting that Bathsheba, despite her circumstances, could find forgiveness and renewal. In this light, she became a symbol of hope for countless believers, illustrating the profound truth that one's past does not determine their future. The heart swells with the realization that even in the darkest moments, the flicker of divine light can break through. In the modern era, feminist theologians have re-examined Bathsheba's story with fresh eyes, seeking to reclaim her narrative from the shadows of patriarchal interpretations. They argue for her voice to be heard, her choices validated. Here lies a woman who was forced to navigate a world dominated by men, yet whose spirit resonates with strength and resilience. Through their lenses, Bathsheba emerges not merely as the object of desire, but as a complex figure who grapples with her own identity and destiny, making choices that reflect her human struggle. As the conversation around her continues to evolve, so does the emotional landscape of those who engage with her story. The words of the Bible echo in church pews, where congregants ponder her choices, her suffering, and her ultimate redemption. A tension that stirs in the hearts of those who hear her tale. She becomes emblematic of the universal struggle against sin and the quest for forgiveness, a theme that resonates deeply in the human condition. And yet, the thread of Bathsheba's narrative does not end there. The legacy of her life courses through the lineage of Christ, intertwining her story with the divine. The genealogy in the Gospel of Matthew, which includes her name, serves as a reminder that God's grace can transform the brokenness of human stories into a tapestry of redemption. Each generation grapples with her legacy, interpreting her life through the lens of contemporary issues, gender, power, and morality. The conversation isn't static. It ebbs and flows, continuously inviting fresh perspectives. As shadows lengthen and daylight fades, Bathsheba remains a figure of fascination and conflict, a testament to the complexities of life and faith. The flickering candlelight dances on the walls, illuminating the pages of history that have been penned in her name. Questions linger in the air, reverberating through the hearts of those who ponder her existence. How does a woman caught in the throes of power and desire navigate her fate? What can Bathsheba teach the generations that follow, trapped in their own cycles of pain and redemption? Her story lives on, stitched into the fabric of Christian theology, a poignant reminder of the intricate dance between sin and grace. The heart quickens as the narrative flows seamlessly into the next chapter, where the shadows deepen and yet hope glimmers on the horizon, waiting to be discovered. A distant echo of water splashing on stone mingles with the melancholic strumming of a harp, drawing in those who dare to listen. The image of Bathsheba, cloaked in mystery and allure, has captivated artists for centuries. She is not just a figure from the ancient texts, but a vessel of emotions, desires, and betrayals that reverberate through time. Each brushstroke, each chiseled marble, tells a story, tales of longing, regret, and the weight of power. In the earliest artistic representations, Bathsheba emerges as a serene figure, often draped in flowing robes that ripple like the surface of a tranquil pond. The artistry of the ancient world, with its rich tapestries of color and intricate details, captures her beauty but also hints at her tragic fate. The artists of the time were not merely recreating her image. They were weaving a narrative that blended admiration with foreboding. Her gaze often seems both inviting and distant, as if she knows more than what is seen. Underneath layers of paint, one can almost sense the whispers of history, the hidden sorrows and joys that shaped her life. As centuries unfold, the Renaissance brings forth a new wave of creativity. Artists like Rembrandt and Caravaggio breathe a different kind of life into Bathsheba. Rembrandt's portrayal, with its dramatic lighting and rich textures, transforms her into a figure of depth and complexity. The soft glow illuminating her face starkly contrasts with the shadows that press in around her, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. She is a woman caught in the web of her own choices, a moment suspended in time where vulnerability and strength coexist. The viewer is left breathless, feeling the weight of her dilemma. Not just the act of undressing, but the heavy burden of what awaits her. Caravaggio, with his signature chiaroscuro, offers a raw and visceral interpretation. Bathsheba becomes an embodiment of desire and despair, her features sharp and striking against the dark background. The tender yet tragic moment of her being observed by King David hangs heavily in the air, charged with intensity. The artist manages to capture an entire world of emotions in a single moment: the thrill of being desired, the fear of what that desire might bring. Each glance exchanged between Bathsheba and the unseen king speaks volumes, igniting the imagination and stirring the heart. Moving into the 18th and 19th centuries, Bathsheba takes on new layers, reflecting the shifting tides of society and the evolving roles of women. Artists like Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres and Gustave Courbet showcase her not merely as a subject of beauty, but as a woman grappling with her circumstances. Ingres' work, rich with classical influence, portrays Bathsheba with an almost divine grace. Yet, despite her elegance, there is a hint of melancholy in her eyes, an acknowledgement of her complicated destiny. The viewer cannot help but feel a pang of empathy, sensing the struggle between duty and desire etched into her expression. Courbet, however, shatters the idealized portrayals of the past. His Bathsheba is raw, unapologetic, her body unapologetically real. This representation invites a conversation about vulnerability in the face of societal judgment. She stands, holding a letter, the weight of her choice pressing down like an anchor. The positioning of her limbs, the tilt of her head, it all tells a story of a woman determined to reclaim her narrative amidst the chaos of the world around her. This Bathsheba doesn't shy away from her truth. She faces it head-on, leaving viewers to grapple with their own perceptions of femininity and power. As the 20th century dawns, the exploration of Bathsheba reaches new horizons. Artists like Marc Chagall and Pablo Picasso bring a sense of abstraction and emotion that transcends time. Chagall's dreamlike interpretations weave together vibrant colors and swirling forms, creating a fantastical representation that goes beyond the literal. Bathsheba floats through a world of thoughts and dreams, an ethereal being transcending her earthly troubles, inviting viewers to lose themselves in the depths of imagination. Picasso, with his fragmented forms and playful shapes, captures the essence of Bathsheba in a kaleidoscope of feelings. In his works, she becomes an emblem of modernity, representing the complexities of identity and the multiplicity of the female experience. Each angle, each line, distorts and reshapes her story, challenging viewers to reconsider what Bathsheba represents. She is no longer just a figure from ancient history. She is a multifaceted muse, a reflection of the struggles and triumphs faced by women across generations. The 21st century continues this legacy, with contemporary artists reinterpreting Bathsheba through their own lenses. Digital art, installations, and mixed media provide new ways to convey her story, emphasizing themes of empowerment, body positivity, and resilience. Social media has even transformed how Bathsheba is perceived, with artists using platforms to engage with audiences in real time, inviting dialogue and reflection. Each representation becomes a call to action, urging society to confront its historical treatment of women and to recognize their strength and complexity. Bathsheba's journey through the realms of art is not merely a reflection of her life, but a mirror to humanity's evolution, its fears, desires, and dreams. Each portrayal, from ancient sculptures to modern interpretations, resonates with the heart, echoing the universal themes of love, loss, and the quest for identity. The emotions tied to her story are palpable, compelling us to ponder the choices we make and the forces that shape our lives. In every artwork, Bathsheba beckons, not just as a beautiful image on a canvas, but as a reminder of the depths of the human experience. The viewer is left not merely to observe, but to feel, to reflect, and to connect with the threads of her narrative that span across time. As the brushstroke completes, the viewer is poised on the brink of a new understanding, caught in the web of emotions that Bathsheba so effortlessly weaves. The story does not end here. It carries on, inviting the next chapter, the next exploration, where the legacy of Bathsheba continues to inspire and provoke thought in a world that constantly seeks to understand itself. The night air was thick with tension as Bathsheba stood on the palace balcony, her silhouette framed against a sky strewn with stars that watched her every move. The whispers of the wind carried stories of both admiration and scandal, wrapping around her like an intricate tapestry of fate. In that instant, she embodied beauty, power, and the essence of longing, her heart pulsing with the weight of desire and consequence. Bathsheba, the woman whose name became synonymous with passion and tragedy, has cast her spell over the imaginations of poets and authors for centuries. From the moment her story entered the world, she inspired countless interpretations. The tale of her love for King David, a love that blossomed amidst a backdrop of war and betrayal, strikes a deeply emotional chord that resonates through time, leaving writers breathless and readers entranced. In the swirling shadows of literature, her figure appears on the pages of works both ancient and modern. The biblical narrative, while rich in context, becomes a mere canvas against which the true essence of her character unfolds. Each retelling invites a fresh perspective, drawing in poets who seek to capture the raw vulnerability and strength she embodies. The likes of John Milton, in his epic Paradise Lost, echo the complexities of her nature. Bathsheba's beauty is not just skin-deep. It is intertwined with her moral dilemmas and the societal constraints placed upon her. Milton hints at her allure, her very existence sparking debates about sin and virtue, igniting a flame that authors would fan for generations to come. Then there's the haunting voice of Thomas Hardy, whose novel Tess of the D'Urberville resonates with echoes of Bathsheba's struggle. Hardy's Tess, a character similarly ensnared by the web of love and loss, mirrors Bathsheba's plight. The way Hardy weaves the threads of fate and chance around his characters reverberates with Bathsheba's presence, each misstep reflecting the choices she made in a world that demanded perfection. The reader feels Tessa's heartache, as if Bathsheba herself has stepped forth from the pages, her eyes glistening with unexpressed sorrow. The haunting beauty of Bathsheba transcends centuries, capturing the attention of renowned poets like Alfred Lord Tennyson. In his poem, The Princess, Tennyson weaves a narrative that reflects the societal expectations placed on women, echoing Bathsheba's own struggles. The tension between desire and propriety dances across the lines, as Tennyson's characters grapple with feelings of love and duty, much like Bathsheba who stands at the crossroads of passion and consequence. Tennyson's verses breathe life into Bathsheba's story, inviting readers to feel the pull of her heartstrings as they sway between love and moral responsibility. Meanwhile, the brush of Arthur Rimbaud's quill captures another facet of her influence. The French poet, known for his vivid imagery and impulsive style, mirrors Bathsheba's spirit in his exploration of desire, rebellion, and the complexities of human emotion. Through Rimbaud's verses, the reader can almost taste the sweet bitterness of love's intoxication and the inevitable heartbreak that follows, reflecting Bathsheba's own tumultuous affair that led to a legacy of guilt and longing. In the realm of drama, the theatrical interpretation of Bathsheba has seen her transformed into a symbol of tragic beauty. The plays of the Renaissance period, particularly those penned by Shakespeare, reveal how her story became a wellspring of inspiration. Shakespeare himself may not have directly addressed Bathsheba, but the themes of love, betrayal, and moral conflict permeate his works. Characters like Lady Macbeth and Ophelia echo Bathsheba's internal struggles, their fates tangled with ambition and desire, showcasing how her essence pervaded the very fabric of literature. Then came the modern age, when authors like Anita Diamant in The Red Tent offered fresh perspectives on Bathsheba's story. Diamant doesn't merely recount events. She breathes life into Bathsheba's thoughts and emotions, allowing her to emerge from the shadows into the light of understanding. The reader can sense Bathsheba's heartbeat, feel her frustrations, and share in her joys and sorrows, as if she were a dear friend revealing her innermost secrets. Diamond's narrative elevates Bathsheba from a mere biblical figure to a woman of flesh and blood, a complex soul navigating a world fraught with challenges. With each literary interpretation, Bathsheba evolves, yet her core remains untouched. As an emblem of beauty and tragedy, she pulls on the heartstrings of every writer. The tension between her desires and the repercussions of her choices resonates deeply within the human experience, inviting authors to explore their own relationships with love, loss, and the weight of decisions made. The echoes of her story ripple through every era, reconnecting readers with the timeless questions of fate and agency. In visual arts, the brushstrokes of painters like Caravaggio and the evocative imagery they brought to life have immortalized Bathsheba in her moments of introspection and vulnerability. Caravaggio's depiction of Bathsheba reveals a woman bearing the burden of her choices, her expression a mixture of resolve and melancholy. The chiaroscuro technique captures the light and shadow of her experiences, suggesting that within beauty lies a profound depth of emotion, a duality that resonates with every artist who seeks to portray her essence. Bathsheba's narrative does not merely remain confined to the pages of books or the canvases of artists. It extends into the realm of music, as composers find inspiration in her tale. From classical compositions to modern ballads, the story of Bathsheba becomes a haunting melody that lingers in the air, an anthem for those who grapple with the complexities of love and longing. Each note captures the essence of her struggles, resonating deep within the hearts of listeners who find themselves swept away by the raw emotion of her journey. Time and again, Bathsheba emerges, a phoenix rising from the ashes of her past, captivating the hearts of generations. Her story is an emotional roller coaster, a tapestry of love, betrayal, and redemption, threading through the minds of authors and poets who find themselves entranced by her grace and tragedy. The influence she wields over the literary world seems infinite, a beacon guiding writers as they navigate the turbulent waters of human emotion. Bathsheba's influence swells like the tide, a force that cannot be contained. Authors and poets, artists and musicians, all find in her a muse who speaks to their innermost fears and desires. Her essence pulses through the very fabric of literature, echoing the timeless struggle of the heart. Her story, a shimmering reflection of our own complexities, waits to be written anew, inviting the next generation to pick up the pen and continue the tale, a story that will never truly end. The sun hung low over ancient Jerusalem, casting golden rays that danced across the stone walls, whispering the stories of a time long past. It was a world alive with the cadence of daily life, the chatter of vendors selling rich fabrics, the melodic calls of birds flitting between the olive trees, and the clanking of pottery as children played. Yet, beneath this vibrant tapestry, a pulse of intrigue and despair throbbed, entwining the lives of those who walked its streets. This was the time of Bathsheba, a woman whose beauty and heart would defy the bounds of history, echoing in the halls of power and the shadows of scandal. As the sun dipped further, shadows lengthened, revealing a hidden layer of the city where stones told tales of love and betrayal. The remnants of structures unearthed by diligent archaeologists spoke of a palace, a grand edifice that could have hosted the likes of Bathsheba herself. Each stone bore witness to her life, her laughter, perhaps even her tears. The grandeur of the architecture suggested a world of privilege and power, but also of whispers that traversed its high ceilings, secrets that would be sealed within the walls, locked away like treasures in an ancient chest. Fragments of pottery lay scattered like breadcrumbs across the ground, each piece a clue to the daily rituals that filled Bathsheba's life. Designs etched into the clay told of feasts and gatherings, of spices that wafted through the air, and gatherings with the most powerful men in the kingdom. The presence of engraved seals hinted at official correspondence, documents that spoke volumes about the political maneuvering that accompanied Bathsheba's ascent into the royal court, where she would become both queen and scapegoat. Every stroke of the archaeologist's tools uncovered pieces of a grand narrative. A broken piece of jewelry hinted at the adornments that framed Bathsheba's neck, jewels that sparkled like the stars in the night sky, worn for not just beauty but as symbols of her status. The juxtaposition of beauty and vulnerability hung in the air, reminding all who examined these fragments that Bathsheba was more than just a name. She was a woman wrapped in the complexities of love, loss, and loyalty. In a quiet corner of the excavation site, a small oil lamp caught the fading light, its surface smeared with soot but still exuding a sense of warmth. It was a mundane object, yet it spoke of evenings lit by flickering flames, where stories were shared and dreams were painted against the twilight sky. Bathsheba might have sat by such a lamp, her heart stirring with plans and fears for her beloved son Solomon, whose destiny would shape the future of a nation. As the sun set and the world darkened, the air grew thick with tension, echoing the drama of her life. A soldier's helmet, rusted and worn, was unearthed, stirring images of turmoil and battle. This was not just any soldier. This was the bearer of King David's orders, a chilling reminder of the lengths to which power would go to silence dissent and protect its own. The weight of betrayal lingered in the dust and debris of the past, where shadows danced and memories of Bathsheba's anguish haunted the stone corridors. Further excavations revealed a small chapel, its walls adorned with faded murals depicting sacred rites and the divine. This sacred space was a sanctuary for Bathsheba, a refuge where she might have turned to the heavens for guidance amidst the chaos of her life. The remnants of incense lingered, evoking the rituals that filled the air with fragrant offerings, a testament to her connection to the divine. The emotional weight of these rituals captured her essence, illuminating the juxtaposition of faith and despair that enveloped her journey. Rumbling beneath layers of earth, the foundations of Bathsheba's story were anchored in both love and treachery. The very essence of her life was encapsulated in a single inscription that emerged from the dust. A simple phrase etched into clay, declaring her as the wife of Uriah. Each word dripped with significance, a haunting reminder of the choices that led to heartache and consequence. The sorrow of lost love, the burden of guilt, and the struggle for redemption were captured in those 4 words, resonating through time. The air crackled with the energy of discovery as the site continued to yield treasures. A collection of ornate oil lamps, intricate pottery, and unmarked graves. Each item unearthed felt like a heartbeat from the past, a reminder of the lives intertwined with Bathsheba's. There were whispers of her beauty, her intelligence, and her resilience, all wrapped in the tragedy of a woman caught in a tempest of power and desire. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle, the excavation paused, but the echoes of Bathsheba's time lingered in the cool air. What stories still lay hidden beneath the layers of dirt and stone? What other secrets were waiting to be revealed, to shine a light on the complexities of a woman who defied a kingdom and shaped a legacy? The thrill of each discovery seemed to pulse with life, igniting imaginations and hearts alike. The weight of Bathsheba's story was far from over. It beckoned with an insatiable curiosity, a longing for truth that transcended centuries. In the shadows of history, her heart still beat. The archaeologists, with their hands stained with the dust of time, stood on the brink of unveiling a tapestry woven with loss, love, and lessons, each thread leading deeper into the human experience. Together, they sensed that the excavation of Bathsheba's world was just beginning, an unfinished symphony waiting for its final act, an echo that would resonate through the ages, pulling at the strings of fate and faith alike. In the stillness of a moonlit night, a figure stands on a balcony, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of the stars. Bathsheba, the woman whose beauty could launch 1,000 ships, or perhaps 1,000 tragedies, gazes down at the world below, where her fate is continuously being rewritten by the hands of storytellers. The whispers of history swirl around her like a thick fog, carrying secrets of desire, betrayal, and power. This is a woman who has transcended time, captivating audiences across generations. Her story spilling into the realms of film, television, and theater, each interpretation adding another layer to her already complex character. The ancient tale, originally told in the sacred texts, has transformed into a myriad of adaptations. From the earliest days of cinema to modern streaming platforms, Bathsheba's essence remains strikingly relevant. She is more than just a woman caught between kings and warriors. She is a symbol of longing and ambition, her life a canvas splashed with the vivid colors of human emotion. Each portrayal peels back another layer of her existence, revealing vulnerabilities that resonate with audiences today. In the epic film King David, 1985, Bathsheba is portrayed with a depth that intertwines her fate with that of her famous husband, King David. The narrative breathes life into the ancient story, presenting Bathsheba not merely as a beautiful woman, but as a pivotal player in the political machinations of her time. The tension crackles like electricity as she navigates the dangerous waters of a kingdom rife with intrigue. The film's dramatic scenes, set against a backdrop of lavish palaces and stark battlefields, evoke a visceral response, leaving viewers breathless. Each glance exchanged, each decision weighed, echoes the high stakes of love and power. Television adaptations have also carved their mark, most notably in the series The Bible, 2013. Here, Bathsheba's character blooms within a tapestry of dramatic storytelling. The weight of her emotions spills forth as she grapples with her love for David, a man both terrifying and magnificent. The intense portrayal captures her struggles and triumphs, allowing audiences to feel the pulse of her heart, the ache of her choices. When she stands before David, her eyes glistening with a mixture of love and fear, the screen holds its breath, hanging on the precipice of fate. The stage has not been silent either. In a contemporary reinterpretation of Bathsheba's story, the play The Last Days of Judas Iscariot takes daring leaps into the psyche of its characters. While the story centers on Judas, Bathsheba's presence lingers like a haunting melody, her narrative interwoven through the discourse of morality and redemption. The audience feels the weight of her sorrow, the burden of her past, echoing through the dialogue and drawing them into her world. An invitation to ponder the complexities of love that transcends time and sin. In more recent cinematic works, such as David and Bathsheba, 1951, the story is painted with the broad strokes of melodrama, where passion collides with consequence. The cinematic flair emphasizes Bathsheba's beauty, her innocence disrupted by the tumult of her choices. With every brush of the camera, every operatic score, the audience is propelled into an emotional storm, swept up in the whirlwind of love's destructive power. It's in these moments that the viewers feel a connection to Bathsheba, recognizing the universal struggles of choice, consequence, and the quest for identity. Yet, it is not just the grand spectacles that capture her essence. Independent films and modern adaptations have sought to strip away the layers of grandeur, presenting a raw and unfiltered Bathsheba. In these narratives, her humanity shines through, revealing the fears and hopes of a woman who sought love but found herself ensnared in a web of ambition. Her story becomes a reflection of the fragility of life, a mirror held up to society's expectations and norms. As the lights dim and the curtain rises, Bathsheba's character compels the audience to question their perceptions of love and loyalty. The intense, dramatic moments blend seamlessly with quieter, reflective scenes where her inner turmoil plays out. One can almost feel the palpable tension in the air, the uncertainty that shadows her existence. The conflicts she faces are not merely with the men in her life but resonate with an internal struggle that mirrors the audience's own fears and desires. The way Bathsheba is portrayed in popular culture has evolved, yet her core remains unbroken. She is a figure of resilience, a woman who dares to love in a world that demands sacrifices. Each retelling ignites the imagination, enabling audiences to connect with her on an emotional level. The artists behind these adaptations infuse their visions with the richness of Bathsheba's narrative, crafting a tapestry that is both historical and achingly personal. In the hushed whispers of a darkened theater, or the flickering light of a silver screen, Bathsheba's legacy lingers, her story stretching across the ages. And just as the curtain falls, the echoes of her choices continue to resound, each note a reminder of the complex interplay between love, power, and destiny. The intrigue remains, the emotions intensify, and the audience is left yearning for more. For even as her story seems to conclude, it seamlessly intertwines with the next, as if Bathsheba herself is refusing to be put to rest. The pulse of her narrative quickens, inviting further exploration, deeper connections, and a longing for understanding that stretches far beyond the confines of time. As shadows lengthened beneath the warm glow of Jerusalem's setting sun, Bathsheba stood by her window, gazing out over the rooftops. A soft breeze whispered through the air, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and distant laughter. To anyone passing by, she might have seemed simply beautiful, a regal figure draped in silks, her features framed by the golden light of dusk. But within her, a tempest raged, a chaotic blend of fear, love, and the suffocating weight of unrelenting expectations. Bathsheba was not just the wife of Uriah. She was a woman caught in the web of power and desire, a pawn on a chessboard where kings played with lives. The palace was her prison and her sanctuary, adorned with treasures and echoes of grandeur. Yet, the splendor of her surroundings only heightened her inner turmoil. Every marble column seemed to bear witness to her struggles, every ornate vase a reminder of the choices that had led her to this precipice. When David had first summoned her, she felt a rush of emotions, fear mingled with a flicker of curiosity. As she bathed, the water cascading down her skin felt like a cleansing ritual, washing away the weight of the world for brief moments. But the allure of the king's gaze, penetrating and intense, had pulled her back to reality. In that very moment, she was no longer just Bathsheba, a woman of the people. She was an object of desire, a vessel for someone else's appetite. The memory of their first encounter haunted her. She could still feel the chill of the cool water against her warm skin, still hear the rustle of leaves outside her window as the king's eyes had consumed her. In that instant, she had known she was stepping into a story not of her own making, one that would intertwine with fate in ways she could neither foresee nor control. Bathsheba's heart raced as she replayed the moments leading up to her life-changing decision. The king's offer had come with promises whispered sweetly, wrapped in the luxurious fabric of his power. But with every promise, a shadow lurked, a warning of the consequences that lurked like dark clouds on the horizon. Would the joy she felt in his embrace outweigh the storm that would inevitably follow? There was something exhilarating about being desired by such a powerful figure, yet the thrill was laced with dread. As she recalled the cold morning when Uriah returned from battle, her heart sank. The warmth she had once felt in her home was now overshadowed by guilt. He had not yet known the truth. She had not yet found the courage to tell him. As he embraced her, she felt an ache deep within her, a chasm formed by lies and betrayal. How could she reconcile the love she had for Uriah with the desperate lust of a king? The walls of her heart tightened as the weight of her choices settled in, an unyielding grip that threatened to suffocate her. Within the palace walls, whispers echoed like ghosts. Bathsheba was now the subject of gossip, the subject of scrutiny. The court, with its eager eyes and hungry tongues, dissected her every move. She felt exposed, as if her very soul was laid bare for all to judge. Anxiety coursed through her, shaking her resolve. What would they say? How would they judge? The knowledge that she was at the mercy of their opinions gnawed at her, clawing at her sanity. Yet, Bathsheba was more than just a pawn. She was a woman with agency, a force that simmered beneath the surface. As the days passed, she began to understand the intricate dance of power and vulnerability. The fear of losing everything became a driving force, igniting a fierce determination within her. She would not be a mere accessory in someone else's story. She would carve her own path, even if it meant walking through the fires of hell to do so. Each encounter with David twisted her emotions further. His affections were intoxicating, yet the price was steep. She could not ignore the shadows that loomed. A child conceived in the heat of passion, a life bound to bring turmoil. The laughter of the other women in the palace turned to piercing reminders of her isolation. She was a queen among many, yet utterly alone with her secrets, a solitary figure surrounded by opulence. And then the moment of truth arrived. When the news of Uriah's death reached her, the world around her shattered. Grief and guilt entwined in a suffocating embrace. She had lost the love of her life, and yet here she was, married to the very king whose desire had led to ruin. The juxtaposition of joy and sorrow threatened to pull her apart. The day of mourning morphed into one of twisted celebration, and within her, a storm brewed, a tempest of emotions that would not be calmed. Bathsheba pressed her hands against her heart, feeling it race uncontrollably, each heartbeat a reminder of the life that had been lost and the new life she carried within her. The weight of the world settled upon her shoulders, heavy and unyielding, yet she stood tall. The psychological dimensions of her experience were layered and complex, each thread woven into the fabric of her existence, a tapestry of pain, desire, and resilience. As she navigated her new life as queen, the echoes of her past remained. Shadows danced across her thoughts, specters of regret and longing that would not be silenced. The laughter of the court felt like a distant melody, a cruel reminder of what could have been. A normal life filled with love and laughter, not this tangled web of power and sacrifice. Bathsheba was reminded daily of her choices, as the vibrant colors of her life dimmed against the backdrop of expectations. In the stillness of the night, she lay awake, haunted by dreams that twisted and turned like dark waters. The faces of those she loved morphed into phantoms, their whispers taunting her with the choices she had made. Would anyone ever understand? Could anyone see beyond the facade of the queen she had become? As the moonlight spilled into her chamber, it illuminated the battle raging within her. A war between the woman who had dared to love and the queen who had to survive. Her heart ached with an unbearable longing, an insatiable hunger for freedom and understanding. Bathsheba was caught in a relentless cycle of power and vulnerability, a woman who had tasted the sweetness of desire but had also felt the sharp sting of loss. She was both the warrior and the victim, a complex tapestry woven through the threads of history. And as she stood alone at the window, staring out into the darkness, the future felt as uncertain as the murky waters that had once ensnared her. The echoes of her choices would persist, the weight of her crown pressing heavy upon her brow, as she prepared to face whatever chaos lay ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rooftops of Jerusalem. Bathsheba stood on her balcony, feeling the warmth of the fading light on her skin. Below, the streets buzzed with life, merchants shouting their wares, children chasing one another, and the distant sounds of laughter mixing with the calls to prayer. Yet, in her heart, a tempest raged. She was caught in a web woven from threads of power and vulnerability, each strand taut with unspoken tension. Bathsheba was not just a beautiful woman. She was the wife of Uriah the Hittite, a soldier loyal to King David, the man who ruled from his palace like a god among men. Yet, it was not her love for Uriah that occupied her thoughts. It was the weight of the king's gaze that sent shivers down her spine, a complex mixture of desire and fear. Only days before, she had bathed in the cool waters of a nearby stream, the sun glistening on her skin. A simple act of routine turned into a moment of peril. She had not meant for the king to see her, but the world of power had a way of turning the innocent into the tempting. It was then that David's passion ignited like wildfire, consuming both of them in its blaze. Bathsheba was caught, not just in the snare of a king's lust, but in the fierce currents of politics and ambition that flowed through the city like a raging river. Bathsheba's beauty had always drawn attention, but it was not just her physical allure that captivated those around her. She carried herself with an air of grace, a quiet strength that belied her circumstances. Yet, the power dynamics constantly shifted, and she felt the weight of being both a coveted jewel and a pawn in a dangerous game. She was aware, painfully so, of the whispers that spiraled around her like a storm. The women in the market, eyes narrowed and voices hushed, spoke of her as the king's favorite. The same whispers, when they reached the ears of Uriah, filled him with a sense of dread. He returned from battle to find his wife changed, not in heart but in circumstance. Though he had been unaware of the king's intentions, the tension was palpable. Bathsheba met his questioning gaze with a blend of courage and vulnerability, knowing that every word she spoke could alter the course of their lives. As days turned into weeks, Bathsheba felt the tightening noose of her situation. The king had summoned Uriah back from the front lines, ostensibly to reward him for his bravery. But there was a deeper game at play, one that Bathsheba could only watch unfold with a clenched heart. Uriah, honorable to a fault, sensed the unease but could not fathom the depths of danger lurking just beneath the surface of their lives. The moment came crashing down like thunder during the dry season. David, faced with the reality of Bathsheba's pregnancy and the looming threat of scandal, orchestrated a dark plan. Uriah was to be sent back into battle, where the odds would stack against him, an almost certain death sentence. Bathsheba's heart shattered at the thought, torn between her loyalty to her husband and the relentless pull of the king's ambition. On the night before Uriah's fateful return to the front lines, Bathsheba found herself in a feverish tumult of emotions. She had spent countless nights dreaming of a future filled with love and laughter, but now those dreams felt like ghostly shadows. The king's ambition was a powerful tide, and she stood helpless on the shore, watching her life drift away. The following day, news arrived like a dagger piercing her heart. Uriah had fallen. Bathsheba crumbled, her world disintegrating around her. Her tears fell like rain upon the ground, each drop a reminder of the love she had lost, the innocence shattered by the cruel hands of fate. The palace, once a symbol of her dreams, had transformed into a gilded cage, its opulence a constant reminder of the cost of power. David, sensing her despair, took her as his wife, but the joy that should have accompanied such a union was tainted with sorrow. Bathsheba wore her crown like a shroud, the weight of her decisions pressing down on her heart. She was now the queen, yet she felt the sting of vulnerability more acutely than ever. The adoration of the people was a fragile mask, concealing the truth of her heartache. As the days passed, Bathsheba navigated her new life with an uneasy grace. She attended royal functions, adorned in velvet and jewels, but her laughter felt hollow, echoing in the splendid halls of the palace. The world saw her as a powerful woman, the king's beloved, but within, she was a tempest of emotions, fearful, angry, and deeply, profoundly sad. Her vulnerability was no longer just a quiet whisper. It roared in the back of her mind, reminding her of the choices that had led her to this moment. She was aware that power could be a double-edged sword, cutting through the very fabric of her existence. Bathsheba had gained a crown but had lost much more in the process. The pull of her past and the weight of her future tugged at her soul, like a relentless tide dragging her toward unknown shores. Each time she caught a glimpse of Uriah's old friends, the solemn looks in their eyes spoke of unspoken grief. They too mourned for what could have been. The palace was no sanctuary. It was a reminder of every sacrifice made in the name of ambition. Bathsheba's life had become a tapestry woven with threads of love, loss, betrayal, and survival. As she looked out over the city from her balcony, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a rich tapestry of colors in its wake. It was a moment filled with beauty, yet her heart felt heavy, a reminder that even in the light, shadows lingered close behind. The pulse of her story continued, a thread that would weave into the fabric of history, binding her fate with those who would come after her, each echoing the timeless struggle between power and vulnerability. In the dim glow of a flickering torch, shadows danced across the walls of the ancient palace. Bathsheba stood alone, her heart pounding like the beating wings of a trapped bird. A cool breeze whispered through the open window, carrying the scent of jasmine and the distant sounds of laughter from the courtyard. But within her a storm raged. She could hear the soft rustle of her silken gown against her skin, a reminder of her status as queen. Yet her soul felt heavy with the weight of unspoken truths and hidden desires. Around her, the echoes of power reverberated through the stone halls. David, her husband, reigned as king, yet his eyes were often cast elsewhere, distant and distracted. Bathsheba could sense the tension brewing, like the rumble of thunder before a tempest. Her beauty had drawn the king's gaze, but it was her spirit, her intelligence, that kept him captivated. Yet, as she stood in the flickering shadows, she felt the sharp sting of isolation, the bitter taste of longing for something more than the gilded cage of royalty. She recalled the first time David had summoned her, the thrill racing through her veins. He had been a warrior, a hero, a man whose very presence could light up the darkest corners of her heart. But that first encounter had been laced with danger, a seductive dance of morality and ambition. What is a queen? She thought. When the king himself is a man of contradictions. Bathsheba's thoughts spiraled, swirling like the autumn leaves caught in a swirling wind. Power, she mused, is a double-edged sword. It can elevate one to the highest heights, yet it can also bring ruin. She had witnessed it in the eyes of the king, in the way he commanded armies and evoked fear and admiration with a mere word. But she also saw how power could corrupt, twisting the hearts of good men, leading them down paths of destruction. David was a man torn between his duties and desires, and she had unwittingly become a pawn in a game far beyond her understanding. Yet, in her solitude, Bathsheba felt the call of humanity, a longing to connect beyond the constraints of her royal life. The laughter she heard from the courtyard was not merely a sound. It was a testament to life's fragility, a reminder that joy and sorrow coexisted. Bathsheba yearned to reach out, to touch lives, to feel the warmth of friendship, the tenderness of love untainted by the shadows of power. But the weight of her title anchored her, a heavy chain she could not break. As the days turned into weeks, Bathsheba found herself entangled in a web spun from the threads of morality. She watched David grapple with his decisions, as he stood at a crossroads, wrestling with the implications of his choices. The whispers of the court swirled around her like a summer storm, each word a drop of rain that threatened to drown her spirit. The king's desire, they murmured, a scandal waiting to erupt. Then came the day that transformed everything. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, but the air was thick with tension. Bathsheba sensed it before it arrived, the news that would shatter her world, revealing the frailty of human nature. Uriah, her husband, a loyal soldier, had been sent into battle with the king's orders. The chill that slithered through her was not just fear for his life, but the cold realization that she had entangled herself in a game of manipulation. David's need for power began to distort his sense of morality. Uriah, noble and brave, was used as a pawn, sent to the front lines to ensure that Bathsheba's secret would remain hidden. In that moment, Bathsheba felt the sharpest of pangs, not only for her husband but for the man she had loved from afar. A man who had trusted her, who had fought for her, who was now a casualty in her tangled fate. Bathsheba's heart broke as she grappled with the consequences of David's ambition. The walls of the palace felt like they were closing in, suffocating her under the weight of her choices. Each decision she had made, each glance exchanged with the king, had woven a tapestry of tragedy. The clash of morality and power played out like a tragic play, with Bathsheba caught in the middle, a reluctant heroine in a narrative crafted by men. As the whispers of the court grew louder, Bathsheba stood on the precipice of despair. She was no longer just a queen. She was a woman stripped of her power, her choices reduced to mere echoes in the grand scheme of a kingdom. Desperation clawed at her throat as she realized the extent of her entrapment. She longed for freedom, yet felt the chains of her decisions pulling her further into the abyss. Night after night, she tossed and turned, haunted by the specters of her past. The laughter from the courtyard faded, replaced by the haunting silence of her own thoughts. Bathsheba wrestled with guilt and sorrow, grappling with the reality that her beauty had not been a blessing but a curse. The kingdom thrived, yet she felt like a ghost, wandering through a life that no longer belonged to her. But even in the depths of her anguish, a flicker of hope remained. Bathsheba realized that perhaps, amidst the chaos, there was a lesson to be learned about the fragility of humanity. Each choice held weight, each moment carried consequence. The heart can be both a sanctuary and a prison, and Bathsheba's journey was far from over. The intricate dance of morality and power continued to unfold, each step leading her deeper into a labyrinth that did not yet reveal its end. And as she stood at the window, gazing out at the night sky, the stars flickered like distant dreams. The world outside was alive, pulsating with the energy of life, love, and loss. She felt a shift within her, a stirring of courage that whispered softly, perhaps this was not the end, but merely the beginning of a greater understanding, where morality, power, and humanity intertwined in a tapestry richer than she had ever imagined. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows danced across the stone walls of a modest dwelling, where a heart-wrenching tale began to unfold. Bathsheba, a woman of striking beauty, gazed out from her window, her thoughts swirling in a tempest of longing and melancholy. The air was heavy with the scent of jasmine, but her soul felt shackled by the weight of her choices and the dire consequences that loomed ahead. It was a moment that would echo through ages, shaping generations to come, a story woven into the very fabric of history. Bathsheba's life was not merely a tale of beauty and desire. It was a narrative of resilience, conflict, and the complex interplay of fate and free will. As she stood at her window, the distant sound of soldiers marching filled her ears, a reminder of the king's presence and the storm that was about to erupt. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that mirrored the fiery passion and impending tragedy of her life. In that moment, she was not just a woman but a symbol of strength and vulnerability, caught in a world where power and desire clashed with devastating consequences. Her story was one of seduction and betrayal, trickling down the generations like a river that carves through stone, reshaping the landscape with every passing moment. It began with an innocent glimpse, a stolen moment that spiraled into a whirlwind of events. David, the king, with his commanding presence and boundless ambition, would stop at nothing to claim what he desired. His eyes, filled with longing, caught Bathsheba as she bathed, unaware that her beauty would unleash a torrent of chaos that would engulf them both. Bathsheba's heart raced as she remembered that fateful night, the tug of her own desires mingling with the horror of the consequences that awaited. The excitement of being noticed by the king was intoxicating, yet a shroud of fear enveloped her when she learned of the price to be paid. It was a price steeped in blood, loss, and sorrow, an unyielding reminder of the dangers that often accompany unchecked desire. As fate twisted the threads of her life, Bathsheba found herself at the crossroads of loyalty and betrayal. The weight of her husband Uriah's loyalty pressed heavily on her conscience, and the internal struggle left her breathless. Uriah, a faithful warrior, would soon become a pawn in a game much larger than himself. David's desperate desire to conceal his actions led to a hauntingly calculated plan, the kind that would shatter lives and leave an indelible mark on history. The tension mounted as Bathsheba became acutely aware of the implications of her choices. Through the ages, many would look at her with a mixture of judgment and sympathy, casting her as both a seductress and a victim. The beauty of her narrative lay in its complexity, a reflection of human nature itself, full of flaws, desires, and ambitions that often lead to heartache. Her grief was palpable when the news arrived of Uriah's death. The world around her seemed to blur, her heart heavy with the knowledge that a single decision had changed everything. Bathsheba could have been content, quietly living her life, yet the intertwining of her fate with the king's had drawn her into a tumultuous sea of emotions. She had lost not only a husband but also a part of herself, drowned in a sorrow that would echo in her heart for eternity. Yet, within the shadows of tragedy, there flickered a spark of resilience. Bathsheba, now a widow, was pulled deeper into the tangled web of power and politics. The king who once desired her, now grieving, turned his affections toward her. Bathsheba stood at the precipice of a new beginning, yet the scars of her past haunted her every step. Would she become a queen in a palace filled with secrets, or would her heart forever be burdened by the weight of her choices? The impact of her narrative rippled through the ages, becoming a cautionary tale whispered among women, a reminder of the dangers that lie in the intersection of power and passion. Scholars and theologians would dissect her story, each seeking to comprehend the essence of her choices, her pain, and her ultimate triumph. Those who came after her would find themselves pondering the same questions of morality and consequence, as the tale of Bathsheba became a touchstone for discussions on love, betrayal, and loyalty. Through the centuries, Bathsheba's legacy has been reimagined and reinterpreted, embodying the struggles of countless women throughout history. Her story transcended time, resonating with those who faced their own battles against the currents of fate. In a world where women often found themselves silenced, Bathsheba's voice became a rallying cry, a testament that even in the darkest of times, there is strength in vulnerability and wisdom in the acceptance of one's own humanity. As the flickering lamp cast long shadows across her face, Bathsheba contemplated her future. The weight of her past was still heavy upon her, but there was a glimmer of hope on the horizon. She would become the mother of Solomon, a king whose wisdom would be renowned throughout the ages. The tumult of her life would shape a legacy that would echo down through the corridors of time, one that would be studied, revered, and critiqued. With her heart still aching, she understood that her journey was far from over. The struggles she faced, the choices she made, and the love she had lost would guide her steps as she navigated the treacherous waters of a royal life fraught with its own dangers. The shadows of her past intermingled with the light of her future, creating a tapestry of emotion that was as rich and intricate as the history that surrounded her. Bathsheba was not merely a figure in a story. She was a living, breathing embodiment of the complexities of life. Her narrative, filled with the rawness of human emotion, would continue to resonate with those who sought meaning in their own experiences. The whispers of her tale would carry on, a testament to the enduring impact of her choices, echoing through time like the distant strains of a haunting melody that refuses to fade away. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city of Jerusalem, where the air was thick with anticipation and the weight of history. In the palace, whispers filled the chambers as courtiers exchanged glances. Among them was Bathsheba, a woman whose beauty was renowned and whose fate was intertwined with the rise and fall of kings. The tension charged the air like a summer storm, promising drama, heartache, and revelation. Bathsheba stood before an ornate window, her silhouette framed by the warm light. She gazed out, lost in thought, the gentle breeze tousling her hair. Her heart was heavy with the burdens of loyalty and love, her story a tapestry woven with threads of ambition and tragedy. This was no ordinary woman. She was the wife of King David, a figure of immense power, yet her own story mirrored that of many women in the biblical narrative, each one a complex being navigating a world dominated by men. Just outside the palace, the vibrant life of the city thrummed. Women from all walks of life bustled about. There was Miriam, the courageous sister of Moses, whose voice had once soared above the waves of the Red Sea as Israel made its desperate escape from slavery. She had led the women in song, her spirit fierce and unyielding. Miriam's story was one of resilience, a testament to the strength of women who fought for their families and their faith, often in silence, behind the scenes. Another woman walked past, her head held high with pride. Deborah, the prophetess and judge, stood as a figure of authority when the world was fraught with chaos. She called upon Barak to lead Israel into battle, her courage igniting a spark of hope in a time of despair. Deborah was not merely a supporter. She was a leader who commanded respect, her words a battle cry that rallied armies. The juxtaposition of her strength against Bathsheba's delicate position in the royal palace was striking, revealing the varied dimensions of womanhood in the biblical world. As Bathsheba's thoughts drifted to her past, she remembered the moment she had first caught David's eye, the way he had watched her from his rooftop, captivated by her beauty. But that moment of admiration had morphed into a tale of manipulation and scandal, leading to the death of her first husband, Uriah. Bathsheba's heart ached with the knowledge that her life had been irrevocably altered by the decisions of men. Yet she, too, had played her part in the grand narrative of power and betrayal. In the shadows of the palace, another woman's laughter rang out. Abigail, the wise and beautiful wife of Nabal, who had once saved her household by using her intelligence and charm to intervene between her husband and David. Abigail had faced danger with grace, her quick thinking saving lives. Unlike Bathsheba, Abigail had acted as a beacon of hope and diplomacy. Her courage lay in her ability to navigate the treacherous waters of male conflict. The stories of these women intertwined, revealing a rich tapestry of emotions, ambitions, and sacrifices. Bathsheba often stood in their company, feeling both empowered and overshadowed by their unwavering strength. The royal court buzzed with tales of valor, yet her own path was marked by shadows of sorrow and guilt. Was her beauty a blessing or a curse? Did her allure lead to love, or had it opened the door to destruction? As dusk fell, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. Bathsheba felt the pull of fate. She was not just a passive figure in the backdrop. She was a mother, a queen, and a survivor. Her son Solomon, destined to inherit the throne, would be shaped by her influence. Yet, the weight of the past loomed heavy over her. Could she guide him, steer him away from the pitfalls that had ensnared so many before him? In the corridors of the palace, Bathsheba overheard conversations of power plays, rebellions simmering just beneath the surface. She was acutely aware of the fragile grip her family had on the throne. The ghost of Uriah still haunted her, a reminder of the price paid for love and ambition. In her heart, she yearned to break free from the cycle of manipulation and deceit that had ensnared so many women in her lineage. And then there was Ruth, a Moabite who had shown exceptional loyalty to her mother-in-law. Ruth's story was one of faith and determination, a tale that transcended boundaries and defied the expectations of her time. By choosing to stay with Naomi, she had forged a new life in a foreign land, becoming the great-grandmother of David himself. Ruth's legacy was a testament to the power of love and sacrifice, contrasting sharply with Bathsheba's darker narrative. Every evening in her chamber, Bathsheba would light a lamp and reflect on the women who had come before her. Each flicker of the flame was a whisper of their history, reminding her that she was part of something greater, yet deeply trapped within her own choices. The burden of her legacy pressed upon her shoulders. Outside, the sound of drums beat in the distance as the celebration began. It was a festival of remembrance and honor, where stories would be told, and songs sung about the heroic deeds of women like Miriam and Deborah. Bathsheba felt a tugging at her heart, a desire to be more than just a pawn in a game of thrones. The voices of her ancestors echoed in her mind, urging her to rise, to reclaim her narrative. As she stepped into the night, the sky a canvas of stars above, Bathsheba was more than a queen. She was a symbol of resilience, a connection to the countless women who had shaped the course of history. In her heart, a flame ignited, a determination to forge her own path. She would not be defined by her past but would rather honor it by embracing the strength of those who had paved the way before her. The celebration pulsed with energy, and Bathsheba found herself swept into the throng, surrounded by laughter and music. Each beat of the drum resonated with the stories of women who loved, lost, and fought. Her spirit soared amid the revelry, a fierce reminder that her story was still being written, that the strength of women across generations flowed through her veins. With every step, Bathsheba felt the weight of her choices but also the power of her lineage. She was not alone. The shadows of Miriam, Deborah, Abigail, and Ruth walked beside her, guiding her through the labyrinth of her own making. Her heart raced with the thrill of possibility, and in that moment, she realized that the stories of these remarkable women were not merely history. They were a living, breathing part of her essence. As the night deepened, Bathsheba knew she was on the brink of a transformation. The air crackled with anticipation, and the echoes of her ancestors wrapped around her like a protective cloak. She had the power to change the course of her story, and in the warmth of the celebration, she felt the stirrings of hope rising within her. The night was far from over, and as her journey continued, she could already sense the next chapter unfolding, rich with emotion and ripe with the promise of a new dawn. In the golden glow of a setting sun, the ancient walls of Jerusalem whispered stories of love, betrayal, and redemption. Bathsheba stood at the edge of the palace roof, her heart heavy yet resolute. The wind tugged at her hair, a teasing reminder of the choices she had made and the storms that had raged around her. Below, the city buzzed with life, unaware of the tumult that had taken hold of its queen. She was more than just a figure in a long-forgotten tale. She was a woman whose decisions had shifted the course of history like the gentle turn of a river. From her vantage point, Bathsheba could see the vibrant tapestry of life unfurling. Children played in the streets. Merchants called out their wares, each voice a note in a grand symphony of existence. Yet within her, a storm brewed, a tempest of emotions that threatened to spill over. Despite the beauty surrounding her, shadows clung to her heart. Memories of her past danced like phantoms. Her marriage to Uriah, the valiant soldier who had loved her fiercely, the abruptness of his death, a consequence of a king's lust. She could still remember the weight of the guilt pressing down on her, heavy like an iron cloak, suffocating yet inescapable. Bathsheba was not merely a victim of the whims of fate. She was a woman forged in the fires of sorrow and resilience. The tale of her life stretched beyond the intimate tragedy of her marriage. It intertwined with the history of a nation, echoing through the ages like the distant ringing of a bell. Each pulse of her story told of love that had turned into a weapon, of a king who had once been a shepherd, and of a kingdom that blossomed even amidst the thorns of scandal. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Bathsheba's thoughts drifted to Nathan, the prophet who had confronted David with the truth of his sins. His unwavering gaze had pierced her heart, forcing her to confront not just the consequences of her actions, but the very essence of her identity. The words of Nathan rang in her ears. "You are the man." It was a moment of reckoning, a flash of clarity in a world painted by desire and ambition. She had become an unwitting player in a game of power, yet she also found a voice within herself, a strength she never knew she possessed. The echoes of Bathsheba's story reverberated through time, showing that the human experience is universal, a tapestry woven with threads of joy, sorrow, and resilience. Her journey was not solely one of personal loss but also of triumph. She had given birth to Solomon, a king whose wisdom would be legendary, whose reign would bring prosperity and peace to the land. In that child, Bathsheba saw her own legacy, a testament to the endurance of the human spirit, to the possibility of redemption even after the darkest of times. As she stood there, lost in thought, she felt the weight of expectation pressing upon her. The whispers of the palace, the murmurs of the people, the judgment of the court, all of it wrapped around her like a shroud. But within that shroud lay a glimmer of hope. Bathsheba's story was not a simple tale of sin and punishment. It was a complex narrative of survival and strength, a reminder that every woman carries the seed of resilience within her. The night began to cloak the city in deep indigo, and with it came an air of anticipation. Bathsheba could sense the pulse of history shifting, a stirring of events yet to unfold. The decisions made in the shadows of the palace would ripple through generations, shaping the destiny of a nation. Would her son rise to the challenge of the throne? Would he learn from his father's mistakes? Or would he fall into the same traps of pride and hubris? Bathsheba knew she had to be more than just a backdrop in her son's story. She would guide him with the lessons she had learned, the pain she had endured. Her voice, once silenced by circumstance, would rise like a phoenix from the ashes of her trials. Love, she realized, was not merely an emotion. It was a force that could alter the course of lives. With a renewed sense of purpose, Bathsheba turned from the roof, stepping back into the palace that had become both her sanctuary and her prison. Each corridor held echoes of laughter, of tears, of whispered confessions and bold proclamations. The walls seemed to breathe with memories, holding on to the essence of the lives that had unfolded within them. She would not let the weight of her past define her future. She would transform her pain into a wellspring of strength. As she descended the stairs, Bathsheba felt the energy of the kingdom coursing through her veins. There was urgency in her step, an electric anticipation in the air. She understood that her choices would resonate long after her footsteps faded. The lessons of love, betrayal, and redemption were not confined to her era. They would echo through time, touching untold lives in ways she could only begin to fathom. With every step she took, Bathsheba prepared to weave her narrative into the fabric of history, a story that would speak to the hearts of those who would come after her. It would embody the essence of humanity, the struggles, the triumphs, and the unyielding spirit that resided within every soul. In the quiet moments of reflection, she knew that her journey was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a tale that would continue to unfold, a testament to the timelessness of her spirit. And so, as the darkness enveloped the city, Bathsheba embraced her role as more than just a queen. She was a beacon, illuminating the path for others who might one day find themselves standing on the precipice of their own choices, grappling with the weight of their past while reaching for the promise of tomorrow.